Phil Harrison, who is affiliated to VETS. Professor Graham is with the Gauteng City Region Observatory, that is the GCRO. The allocated time for each presentation is 30 minutes and will be followed by questions from the audience. We hope to run this session from 10 to 10 past 11, of course guided by what will be unfolding as part of the input, the comments, and the questions that will be raised by the audience. The second segment will feature a panel response. The panel comprises of reputable and respected researchers and practitioners, namely Dr. Ngaka Musiane, he's seated over there. He's affiliated to the GCRO. Mr. Kolope Hyven, he's attached to the Limpopo Premier's office in the capacity of Director of Spatial Planning, and Professor Jethro Zuwarime, affiliated to the University of Venda. I think he's on his way. He will be joining us shortly. This session will run from 10 past 11 to 11:40 or 22:12. We'll break for tea, coffee for 20 minutes between 11:40 to 12 o'clock. We will then reconvene at 12 o'clock to continue with the third segment featuring Professor Chakwizera. He's affiliated to the University of Venda, and Professor Ngwako Mukwele. He's attached to the University of Limpopo. They will both give us an overview of related research work undertaken within their respective universities. Thereafter, we'll have a plenary guided discussion on the policy implications of the presented work, commencing at 13 hours to 14 hours. At 13:45 to 14 hours, Hoshi Litsiri George Pasha, Moshate Mogolo is here representing the Limpopo House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, will give an overall response and closure. At the conclusion of these proceedings, will be served with lunch. We'll get to that. I trust that all speakers will honor their allocated time and respect the indulgence of the audience. Time is of essence for us in this gathering. Colleagues, we are gathered here to have a policy dialogue arising out of the research report titled The Extended Urbanization Processes and Policy Responses in the Former Homelands in the Province of Limpopo, contributed by the prominent researchers and academics affiliated to VETS, Univen, and also the GCRO. The draft research report, which has been shared with all the participants, helps us to examine the spatial and socio-economic realities prevalent in the Limpopo province within the prism or lens of the pre-colonial and colonial historical perspectives. The report provides insights and thought-provoking perspectives necessary to spark policy shifts, policy reform, and institutional reconfiguration with the purpose to reshape the socio-economic trajectory of the Limpopo province in the short, medium, and long term. As policy analysts, researchers, and development practitioners, we have always propounded the view that we need evidence-based policy making to properly respond to the myriad socio-economic realities and issues facing the country. This research report correctly and clearly responds to this proposition. Finally, the pertinent policy question that this policy dialogue workshop should answer is, how can the economic potential of former homelands in the province of Limpopo be unlocked to achieve full employment, not to reduce unemployment, not to address unemployment, but to ensure full employment, and thereby ensuring the quality of life of the citizens of this province. So we have esteemed researchers, panelists, practitioners, and the university stakeholders who are here to help us respond to this policy question and other policy questions. Our workshop is officially opened, and we are looking forward to your valuable participation. Just also to address a few housekeeping issues. The first of course, is to implore colleagues to switch off their cell phones or put them on a silent mode. And I also would like to encourage everyone to feel free to amplify certain aspects of the presentations plus the research report. Feel free also to rebut certain historical facts or correct certain historical facts with facts and not opinion, because you can only rebut a historical fact with a fact, not opinion. So you cannot tell us that Bapedi Bamarota originally were part of the Nguni group. They split in the 17th century, and that's the reason we have them situated in Limpopo. We will not believe that particular input. You can only advance an argument to rebut a historical fact with another fact, not opinion. That I was told that this is what transpired in the 17th century or 18th century, and that's the reason we are besetted with this kind of reality. Because the report, to a large extent, dwells into these historical issues. It also addresses other socio-economic issues, but also it points to a future direction. And at this stage, I'm going to call upon Professor Graham to come to the fore and take us through his first presentation. After his presentation, I will invite for input, comments, and also questions, and thereafter ask Professor Harrison to also come to the fore. Thank you. Let's appreciate Professor Graham.
Okay, just, there we go. Perfect. Thank you very, very much, Prof. Korma. I should just quickly say that I'm not a professor, but thank you very much for the honor. And also just to recognize Honorable Hoshi, senior leadership from the provincial government and municipalities who might be present, and the senior leadership of the university who's very, very kindly hosted us today. From the University of Limpopo, and then also leadership from the University of Venda. So I'm going to give a 25 minute presentation, and then let's see how it goes. I mean, I'm not sure if there might be immediate responses to that. Professor Harrison's presentation follows directly on from what I'm going to say, and it might be appropriate to just do a quick handover to his presentation and then take a set of questions at the end, but let's see how it goes. I thought I'd start with this slide, which is designed specifically to dramatically represent some of what we're here to talk about today. And there are two images that are taken from YouTube. The one on the right, I think, is from KwaZulu-Natal. And the one on the left is a very interesting website that we've come across, which is actually called, very provocatively, Limpopo Village Cribs. And both YouTube, they're just screen grabs from the two YouTube videos, very, very clearly and very, very dramatically show the enormous and very impressive houses that are beginning to be built across landscapes that we have historically understood as traditional, as agricultural. And I do this very, very deliberately because I don't want to come with the impression that that it's professors from the University of the Witwatersrand who have arrived to tell you about things in the communities that you know about. Okay? The things that we want to talk to you about and with you about today are being observed by many people, including in social media. And the question for us collectively, given what we are all observing, is what is going on, how do we understand what's going on, and how do we respond in policy terms to what's going on. I do urge you to go and have a look at some of these videos. The comments to the videos are absolutely fascinating. The enormous sense of pride that comes through in response to these dramatic housing developments is so telling in the way that people are responding to them from the communities. Real applause about what is being developed, and a real sense of claiming a right, claiming an identity through the building of these houses. It's really impressive. Now I'm going to go back a little bit and talk about how we've come to this work and why we think it's important. And I'm going to do a little bit of academic stuff along the way. I just wanted to say up front that we use two terms in the way in which we're describing this phenomena and where these phenomena are located. We use the terms homeland, and we also use the term, but very cautiously, Bantustan. Both terms are used. Both terms have long histories. Both terms are potentially very problematic in their own way. Right? The word homelands comes to us from the apartheid architects who imagined that people needed to be moved to places that they would call their own home eventually, outside of white South Africa. The term Bantustan was actually a term that was developed by the anti-apartheid movement to counter the idea of homelands with ironic reference to these little republics on the edge of the Soviet Union at the time, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. And the idea embedded in that term, Bantustan, was that it's unacceptable that South Africa is being balkanized, broken up into all these separate compartments. Okay? But we do understand, and we've heard this in our travels, that the term Bantustan is potentially very problematic, and so we use it very cautiously as a technical term that comes to us from history, but we recognize that there may be some challenges with its use. So homelands were a centerpiece of apartheid policy, and we all understand that there was every expectation that after apartheid ended, homelands in terms of the populations that they housed would begin to just wither away. Why? Because people would move from those homeland areas into the towns and cities that apartheid had denied them the right to occupy. However, the geography of these homeland areas has proven very resilient, and over the last decade or so, there's been an acceleration of growth and investment in these areas, even if it's a little uneven across the country. So ex-homeland areas are clearly valued by many as places of cultural and familial affinity. Sometimes some of the scholars call it heartland urbanism, or heartland, and as sites of affordable building and living in the context of vulnerabilities in the city. Now, to counterpose two quotes gives us a sense of the way in which people thought something was going to happen to homeland areas, and what actually seems to happen. The first quote is drawn from the 1998 white paper on local governments, and it's very relevant because actually the new reviewed white paper on local government was released for public comment just yesterday, and there's a lot in that white paper that's very relevant to the questions that we're asking today. And I'm not going to read you the whole quote, but just to say at the end it says, it paints a picture of how urbanized South Africa is, and the fact that it will continue to be more urbanized over a period of time as people move to towns and cities. And the white paper says, in the end of this quote, the population of rural areas is not expected to grow substantially, either as a proportion of the total population or in absolute terms. But in fact, that hasn't come to pass. Okay? And it needs to be counterposed by another quote. This is from a professor that we're working with, Leslie Bank, who says in 2020, despite the increasing rates of urbanization and the growth of urban permanence, South Africans remain an unsettled, double-rooted nation with complex relationships between town and country, cities and homelands, and mountains and mines. Now, just to say very, very quickly that the group that we're part of, Phil is one of the leaders of the research group, but there's about 20, Phil, I must try and remember the exact number, of researchers involved in this group, including James, Naka at the back, and various friends and family that we've met along the way, Prof. Korma and other colleagues from University of Limpopo, etc., etc., etc. As well as a set of international academics who've been studying this phenomenon that we're going to be talking about today called extended urbanization. Now this group has consolidated over the last 2 years. Very grateful for the support of something called the WITS Rural Facility Research Knowledge Hub, WITS Rural Knowledge Hub, who has provided us with some seed funding, and we've built from there, and I'll tell you about the current project in a moment. Now, we're interested in, and just very quickly to bullet point what I've already said, the surge of new home building across many parts of South Africa, the demographic and urban-rural migratory patterns that are hidden below the surface of that built environment that we can see, that's represented in that way in YouTube. I've just lost the screen. Oh, there you go. The sociology behind this, in other words, what people are feeling and thinking about their futures, their aspirations when they build these homes. The economic and financial implications, especially in terms of new economies, new malls that are beginning to go up around these areas, and the governance implications, especially when traditional leadership and municipalities, elected municipalities, both have governance responsibilities in the same areas. Now, this is an academic bit, and I'm not going to go into detail, but just to say that the phenomenon that we are observing is not unique to South Africa. In fact, there are forms of the same kind of development happening in many parts of the world in many different ways. And through this literature, we have come to understand what we're looking at as a form of what internationally is called extended urbanization. And basically what extended urbanization says, in a nutshell, is that don't only look for urban things, urban phenomenon, urban dynamics, urban realities, where we have historically found them in towns and cities, because actually the urban is stretching in very dramatic ways into areas that we've historically called the countryside. And in fact, if you really want to take a macro view, urban development, urban phenomena that you can see in these houses that we are so fascinated in, is underpinned by trade dynamics, transport routes, new kinds of economies, and so on, that traverse the world and create new patterns of development across the world. And in fact, to really think about urban, you must think about how the whole world is becoming urbanized. Right? So we think about extended urbanization, we think about the way the urban stretches into the rural areas, but also how the world itself has become more urban. It's difficult to find untouched areas anymore that aren't touched by urban dynamics. I'm not going to go into the detail about how other academics are talking about this in many other parts of the world. This is a diagrammatic representation of what I've just said. Yes, lots of towns and cities, but think about how all those towns and cities are linked up across the world by transport routes. Now, we do recognize that there's an older literature that talks about ex-homeland areas as being marked by urban forms. Okay, and again, I'm not going to go into the detail, but we can think about Murray, who says in 1987, what has happened is massive urbanization in the Bantustans, the use of the word Bantustans in that context, right? In terms of sheer density of population now concentrated there. Heinsohn, writing in the same year, says from the 1960s, the impact of enforced temporary migration was to dissolve rural society from within. This resulted in the formation of quasi-urban settlements of various kinds. And Mabin, who's a part of Alan Mabin, some of you may know, is a part of our research group, talks about, just 2 years later, a new form of urbanism in the Bantustans, as people live under severely constrained circumstances, as agrarian society became more and more pressured, less and less viable as a way of sustaining livelihoods in these areas outside the towns and cities. This is a picture from the Surplus Peoples Project, which describes the way in which people were forcibly removed from various parts of rural South Africa into these homeland areas. And it gave rise to many different settlement forms. The pictures here counterpose dispersed settlement from betterment villages in 2 different parts of the country. So there's an older scholarship, but there's also more recent work. And this research group has a big debt to pay to a very famous South African historian who works out of Oxford University in the UK, William Beinart, who in 2012 wrote a very, very important piece on rethinking the homelands. And what Beinart basically says was probably the first time that there was a sense that, although obviously there's a recognition in older literatures, that this idea that was there in the white paper that these areas would just wither away, that's not happening. So what William Beinart says, it is perhaps surprising how many people stayed in the former homelands and dense rural settlements. People say they value the space, the low rates of crime, and the cultural connections. I'm not going to read the whole quote, but he says, numbers in the former homelands have stabilized. It would be interesting to know how many people are still living in the former homeland areas and whether this number has dropped absolutely since the 1980 census, the last taken when apartheid controls of urbanization were in place. And I've just put up, just very quickly, there was a lot of literature that has in fact followed Beinart's provocation, his call to rethink homelands. And I'm not going to go through that literature in any way, but just to mark out that recently we saw the New South Institute release a publication, just one of many recent examples that talk about urban settlements on traditional authority land. So again, we're not the only ones who are thinking about this. There are many people around the country who are taking note of these settlements and the implications for it. Again, this is a set of images from that fantastic website called Limpopo Village Cribs. It's well worth going to look at those videos. So our current research is something funded by the British Academy that funds projects around the world. There's just, I must emphasize this, people sometimes ask us, but what's the British Academy agenda? The British Academy agenda is simply to bolster knowledge across the world. And they've funded, I think, 50 or 60 different projects in many, many different parts of the world through a round of funding. Some of them in South Africa. We recently engaged with another group that's looking at energy transitions and sustainability and evidence around energy governance. This funding has basically supported our current work. And our current work, which is a combination between a number of universities, you can see the acronyms there, is basically looking at, in a nutshell, what we call evidence cultures in relation to the extended urbanization in the former homeland areas. And by evidence cultures, basically what we're trying to understand is what exactly is going on. How are people who have to manage these areas, the provincial government officials in the room, how are you guys understanding what's going on? What evidence are you taking seriously about what's going on? What data and what information is being used to conceive of that phenomenon? How could that evidence be improved? Okay? And what are the policy implications being drawn from some of what's being observed? We've done a number of different things. We've done a desktop analysis. We've done some field visits. We met Jacquina and her team last year at May, but we've also done field visits in Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape, with some partial engagements in Gauteng as well. There is a little stretch of Gauteng just in the north of Gauteng that has traditional authority areas. We have prepared some provincial reports. You've been given one, but there are a number of others that have been prepared, and we are shaping up towards a national policy dialogue in the next month or so, probably orientated towards the local government white paper and the implications of what we're observing for the local government white paper. Okay. I'm not going to go into this slide. So let me just talk a little bit more detail about our reading of the national picture. So again, some pictures. These are all pictures that we took over the course of the last year with a drone. The one on the left is not far from here, Capricorn West. The one on the right is from Jane First, Bushbuck Ridge. Bushbuck Ridge was an area that we first became very interested in and is a dramatic representation of the transformations that are underway. There's other evidence. We are obviously not only interested in the physical manifestation through these photographs. We've collected all sorts of different kinds of things. We're fascinated in the way in which house plans are increasingly available online that guide these kind of developments. We're interested in how the changes are being mapped, and I'll show you some maps in a second. And we're interested in data. So we are just going to very quickly run through what some of the data is saying about this national phenomenon, this national set of dynamics underway. And forgive me, I know some people love numbers like me, other people hate numbers. I'm just going to shoot a couple of numbers at you. Please stop me if something isn't particularly clear. Okay, so what this slide basically says is that through the various censuses that have been conducted, 1996, 2001, 2011, and 2022, we can see something of what's going on. Now, lots of people have problems with the most recent census, and we use the data from the census, recognizing that there are some challenges to the census data, but nonetheless saying, it's probably the best information that we've got at this moment in time, but let's triangulate with a number of other sources. Now, what this graph on the right says, what this table on the right says, if you look at it, see that second bottom row, it says that between 1996 and 2001, the population in urban South Africa increased by about 4 million. Between 2001 and 2011, it increased by another 7 million. And then between 2011 and 2022, it increased by another 6 million. That's expected. Okay? But what's surprising is what's happening in the top row called traditional, here census calls tribal settlements, there might be problems with that term, and sparse. Between 2001 and 2011, they didn't have data on this in 1996. The population of those areas, traditional areas, didn't increase at all, or barely at all. It increased from 16,057 million to 16,4 million. There's like literally 300,000 there. Okay, but between 2011 and 2022, it increased by almost 4 million. Huh? But the white paper told us that these populations were just going to wither away. Okay? Something very dramatic is being seen in the census data. This is the population according to the census 2022, represented with, it's called a dot density map. Each dot represents 1,000 people across the country. And you can see the blue dots scatter, scatter, scatter. There's a huge concentration of the South African population in those gray areas which represent the ex-homeland areas. Now, through a magical process in GIS, we've been able to map the changes over the successive periods. So between 1996 and 2001, this map shows population growth in green and population decline in red. And you can see between 1996 and 2001, look how Gauteng has grown. Wow, huge growth. But there's also some areas of decline. In particular, look at northern Bushbuck Ridge. Okay, look at some parts of Limpopo. Look at KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. And the same thing in 2001 to 2011. Massive concentration of green dots, that's growth in Gauteng. Okay, the old Ciskei and Transkei areas, look at all the red dots that are located there. Okay. But then something changes. 2011 to 2022, you begin to see a whole lot of red dots in Gauteng. Now this is a Gauteng City Region Observatory. We follow this data all the time. We're not absolutely sure that data is correct, but what's extraordinary is the number of green dots in the ex-homeland areas. Look at that. By comparison, 2001 to 2011, this is 2011 to 2022 in previous homeland areas. Now, these are the actual numbers, and I'm sure it's quite small on the screen for you, so I'm not going to go into the detail. But we've mapped it all out, and we'll share the slides, obviously, with colleagues. Just to say, in overall terms, this is the same picture as that previous slide. Phil, I don't know if you go into some detail here, maybe just to pick out one ex-Laboa areas between 1996 and 2001. The population of Laboa barely increased, 2.4 million, 2.4 million. Between 2001 to 2011, just a slight uptick to 2.4 million to 2.5 million. And then between 2011 and 2022, ex-Laboa areas increased by 600,000, right, to 3.1 million. Okay, and that's just representative of very dramatic changes underway. The only area that's not really showing that larger growth is the old Transkei. Okay? And this is a different version of the same kind of figures in terms of percentage growth and so on and so forth. Now, just to say that census has been questioned, we are looking at other data sources to confirm that the census numbers are correct. Just to say this is a fancy trick in Excel, where basically what you do is you say population starts at different levels, but if you index it all to 100, which means you can basically say as if they started at the same point, what's the growth from that point forward? It's almost like you say inflation increased by X amount, right? Top is the population of Johannesburg, and you can see between 1996 and 2011 it goes up very steeply and then flatlines, and that's in the data. Population of South Africa as a whole is the red dotted line. The blue is the population of Bushbuck Ridge, and it's just a useful comparator. Population of Bushbuck Ridge actually declined between 1996 and 2001 and barely grew to 2011 and then increased. Okay, but does that census picture get confirmed with other data sources? And the point is, it's kind of a yes and a no, right? The data sources that we're looking at are quite complicated, but when we look at things like recorded live births, look at that Bushbuck Ridge, it's the blue line, decline, and then a sudden uptick in the late 2017, 2018, and then increased dramatically over COVID, interestingly. This is registered voters comparing Joburg, the national picture, and Bushbuck Ridge. There isn't a noticeable increase in Bushbuck Ridge registered voters with the IEC. I can say exactly the same thing as census in terms of actual numbers, but we are seeing in the numbers confirmation of this growth. And of course, we can see the effects of it with our own eyes, and we're seeing it in satellite imagery. So just to say very quickly that this is a comparison. We've done quite a lot of work on Bushbuck Ridge, and forgive us if we don't have comparable pictures for somewhere in Limpopo. But just to note, Bushbuck Ridge, this is the number of dwellings per square kilometer in a particular, in the villages around Bushbuck Ridge. So this is the increase between 2000 and 2010 on the left. The red and the green is where you see more increase. And you can see that in Bushbuck Ridge, increases in dwellings happened in only a few places. Okay, places like Mkuchlu, which is down at the bottom. But if you look on the right-hand side, I know it may not be particularly clear on the screen, between 2010 and 2020, there is growth everywhere across Bushbuck Ridge. Okay, and we can see that in the more granular data. In fact, this is data from a company called GeoTerra Image that uses satellite imagery to put a dot on every dwelling, and then they can give it a land use code so they can count the exact number of dwelling units. We've just got the most recent data from GeoTerra Image. Just between 2020 and 2024, you can see there's a huge increase from 177 dwelling units up to 222,000. Okay, enormous increase. And we can speculate about the population increase that would go with that. Not every building is, of course, occupied. We're trying to understand what's going on through various analytical lenses, different forms of settlement. I'm not going to talk to this because Phil is going to go into a little bit more detail about this, but different kinds of settlement. We're trying to understand the big shaping processes, demographic changes, the evolution of dual land governance. And because of the particular arrangements in traditional authority land, the fact that it's much more affordable to build a quality home in those areas than it is in towns and cities, where the cadastre and all the problems around transfer of houses and all the costs entailed in that apply. We are looking very seriously at the failures of our large cities. Just yesterday or the day before, the Minister of Finance sent a letter to the city of Johannesburg saying, guys, you are in serious trouble, get your act together or we are going to intervene. Okay? Our cities are in crisis. We used to think Joburg, yeah, it's flying. It's not. Okay? There are serious problems in our cities. And one of the things that we think is happening is that people who've historically come to the cities to look for quality of life are finding that their aspirations are frustrated. They are not getting onto the ladder of prosperity. Okay, they are finding that it's difficult to access the job market. And even when they can access the job markets, it's in these low-wage jobs that don't really get you anywhere. Okay? So why look to quality of life in the cities if there is real quality of life in other parts of the country? Okay? There might be an issue related to that. We've got anthropological analysis led by some of our team around what's called heartland urbanism, new economic infrastructure, in particular the way in which malls function as interface points where people can obviously go and get the monthly grants, but then they also become places where malls are expanding across the landscape, where people are able to interact in ways that they weren't able to before, get Wi-Fi, hang out in comfortable, etc. Household economic calculations, and local specific factors like the universities. We can just look at the University of Venda as a major driver of developments in areas like this around it. Okay, and then, not to go into detail, but we're looking at governance dilemmas. In South Africa, the basic dilemma is that there is accelerated population growth in the least well-resourced parts of the country where there's no natural economy. And the question does become, does this growth of population lead to new economies, or are we in trouble over the long term because actually all these new houses are going in areas that can't sustain them economically? Okay. Land management systems with very old legislation, a viable system of municipal finances. These houses, these new kinds of settlements demand services. Okay. And yet municipalities who have to provide those services are not getting the rates income or the service charge income in order to sustain those services. So what happens? And so on and so forth. Okay, so I'm just going to, as I step off the podium, just leave this slide up. We were hoping that in the process of these dialogues, we'd be asking and answering a set of questions. And just to sort of highlight some of the questions that we hope to get to in the course of today. You might have some immediate responses to these, that's fine, but they're guiding questions throughout the course of the day. What are, in your mind, some of the key drivers of the settlement developments we are seeing? In what ways are the former homeland areas represented in policy, historically and the present day, how they're spoken of? how do we best represent the changes that we're seeing in these homeland areas? What do the new developments mean for how we think about development, and in particular this notion of rural development, when our notion of rural development is often tied to the question of expanding and deepening agriculture? Okay? How do we think about rural development when a kind of extended urbanization is happening in these areas? How do we understand better the trends underway through new kinds of evidence? Where do we get our evidence from? And how do we work together? What are the established or emerging knowledge infrastructures across the universities with provincial government, the research units, policy units, etc.? How do we work together in emergent knowledge infrastructures and partnerships in the region that can support strengthened evidence-informed policymaking in relation to this phenomenon of extended urbanization? Thanks very much.
So thanks very much, Graham. If he's not a professor, he should be a professor. So we have to sort that out. Let me just express my immense gratitude to our partners in presenting this event, and obviously to Professor Chakwazera from University of Venda and his colleagues who are here, but specifically today to Professor Khoma and colleagues here from the University of Limpopo. So, I don't know, can we have the image on the screen? So a picture is worth 1,000 words, and we're very fortunate that Graham, apart from all his intellectual capabilities, can fly a drone, because I can't fly a drone. And so we were able to get these images, and this is around Jane First in Sekhukhune. And of course, what is important for us is this is not the town of Jane First. This is on land under near customary tenure around Jane First, and the real growth is not happening in the town. The real growth is happening here, and very, very substantial growth, and we have to be able to respond to that in policy and planning terms. This is also in Sekhukhune. This is Tafelkop. This, I think, is also Tafelkop, and this is around Polokwane, on Polokwane, on land under traditional councils. And who would have thought this? It looks just like a middle-class area, and in fact it is now a middle-class neighborhood, but it's not freehold title. So this is extraordinary to us, and it's something we really need to understand, and we need to understand how we should respond to it in governance terms. This is on the mining belts on the eastern limb of the platinum belts near Burgersfort. Again, this is not Burgersfort. This is on land under traditional authority over the border in Mpumalanga. But this is private enterprises following with the malls and other investment. Now the reports, which I don't have time to present, but it's available, makes the key point, of course, is that what's happening now is layered on a long, long history. And it's not just an apartheid history. You can't reduce these areas simply to apartheid. So we know Vavenda-speaking people were living in Venda long before apartheid. And so we have to understand the traditional identities, and we have to understand pre-colonial histories. Apartheid was a few decades. And now we have to understand that these areas have become homelands in another sense, because obviously these are areas that are valuable to people as places of residence and investment. So this image on the left actually shows, I think it's from the Native Affairs Commission, 1906, and it shows areas of black reservation in the yellow and the red, and you can see how scattered it was in the old Transvaal. And then you had the 1936 Land Act and the South African Native Trust, which bought up land in an attempt to create the homelands, and so the picture on the right is very, very different. And these areas, of course, became areas which actually, although they were rural in a sense, of course, actually very deeply connected to the urban through migration processes, temporary migration processes, and also through commuting to towns like Louis Trichardt, Zanin, and so on. So these are important histories. Graham has talked about, should we call it Bantustan or Homeland, and we would be very happy to receive feedback on this question because our team has different opinions on the matter. So we have been looking in a little more detail at each of the provinces. And so we're zooming in now to Limpopo. And we can't look at all, in our quick study, look at settlement across all the three former homelands, which were Lebowa, covering most of the area, Gazankulu and Venda. So we've looked at the areas of most dense settlement patterning. We've seen the greatest transformations. And so we've called these urban agglomerations. And so you can see there around Thohoyandou, the greater Thohoyandou urban agglomeration, more than 1 million people. I'll come to the figures later. We didn't quite know what to do with Malamulela, which was in Gazankulu, but is actually quite tied to Thohoyandou. So we've included that in this extended urban agglomeration, very rapidly growing. The areas around Giyani, in the former Gazankulu, is showing very rapid growth currently as another agglomeration. The third agglomeration is the greater Polokwane. Of course, Polokwane wasn't in the homeland, but the areas around Seshego and into traditional land and around Mankweng and the University of the North. I think this is not quite representing what we have in the report because Lebowa we included in the greater Polokwane, but anyhow we can debate that. Should we include it within a greater Sekakuni land or greater Polokwane? And what's happening in Sekakuni land? People still see this as quite rural, quite traditional in a sense, but a lot of settlement growth. And then some of the commuter township areas, so what's happening around Polokwane, where there were townships established in the former Gazankulu, and in fact also in the former Lebowa. And what's happening now is the growth isn't actually happening in the township, it's happening around the townships in areas under traditional leadership. What's happening around similar processes happening around Zanin, around Mokopane, it's different because this has become a major node of growth, and that's because of mining. There's the biggest open cast platinum mine in the world is just a couple of kilometers away from the town. So there's an extraordinary burst of growth around Mokopane. And Hoedspruit, which wasn't a large town, is now developing very fast because of the conservation, the nature reserves, private conservation reserves, lifestyle estates, and that's also stimulating growth in some of the former homeland areas around about. So, yeah, so we do recognize that these areas, because usually in presentations like this, people start with apartheid and then look at post-apartheid, but we can't. We have to understand the pre-colonial history, so we have to understand the emergence of the Vavenda language, for example, by the 16th century, many hundreds of years ago, as a Shona-Sotho hybrid, and what has happened. I can't go into the history, it's in the report. As Prof. Korma said, if you wish to correct the report, please send us an email, so when we publish it, we have an agreement, but as Prof. Korma said, come and present us with facts, and we'd be happy to consider the facts. So yes, there's a pre-colonial history, there is an apartheid history, there is a modern history, both in terms of a modern youth culture that's playing out in these areas and also traditional cultures in Vavenda. And the same story in terms of Lebowa. And of course, we know that often the Lebowa homeland was conflated with the Bapedi people, but there are many other groups with different histories in addition to the Bapedi, but a lot of very interesting work on the Bapedi, but a lot less on some of the other groups like the Bapai and Lupedu, Bakoni, and so on. So This is a picture of the urbanization that was created under apartheid. That's Limpopo, of course. And so that's, it's post-apartheid era, but Limpopo. I'm interested that they keep the same name, but you can tell me why. But that this still exists. It remains an important node of growth and of activity. And of course, the Homeland Civil Service is now playing out in the growth of the post-apartheid civil service, which is driving developments in the greater Polokwane. So that's an important process. Some of you might know Ben's store. So before the creation of Giyani, there was just this little store. And then came the city of Gaza, Giyani. And there's a very interesting story, and we go into it in the report, on the development of a Sitsonga identity. And there's a controversy, because some people write and say the Sitsonga Mashangana identity emerged in the 20th century. And others are saying, no, but in fact, if you go back to the 14th century, there was a proto Sitsonga speaking community in the Lowveld. Of course, there was no border between Mozambique and South Africa, and of course, there was no Kruger National Park. So it was just one and the same thing. And then came the, if you like, the Nguni movement with Soshangana, and created this kind of Sitsonga and Nguni hybrid, and created the Sitsonga identities. And then there were the refugee flows during the wars in the 19th century and even into the 20th century. So a really fascinating history. But there was a resurgence of Sitsonga identity when the Venda and the North Sotho were given homelands, but not the Sitsonga. So there was this kind of assertion of a national identity leading to the formation of Gazanku. So these are interesting histories. I'm very interested in it. I think we need to understand these long histories if we understand what's playing out today. But let me get more specifically into the topic today, which is around these urban agglomerations, which we are calling agglomerations of extended urbanization. Now, we use the term extended urbanization. It is not a denial of the elements of the rural that persist in people's imagination and also in reality. It's not a denial of the fact that there's a different form of land tenure in these areas than there is in the formal cities, that there are traditional authorities which play a critical role in these areas, that some people, even though we show these images where you can hardly see agriculture in some areas, certainly in the form of Venda, where agriculture still plays an interesting role. So what we're seeing is a kind of hybrid between the rural and the urban. And we would love a dialogue around that. How should we represent these areas? Because there are many elements of what we see which are evidently urban. Look at the houses, look at the infrastructure, look at the shopping malls, look at the density. Some of these densities are as great as the densities in the northern suburbs of Johannesburg. How can we not see this as urban? And yet we recognize the elements of the rural, and we recognize these long histories. What do we call them? Sometimes policy just calls them rural, but clearly that's a fraught, a difficult representation given these realities. We're calling them extended urbanization, but are we correct? Because that term doesn't necessarily recognize the elements of the rural. The National Spatial Development Framework, NSDF, calls these areas a transition zone. So something is happening, but they're not quite sure what is happening. It's a movement from some form of settlement to another form of settlement, but to what? Transition doesn't say to what. So I think it's important as people interested in policy that we begin to think about language and terminology. This map shows density, and density is different in different parts. Obviously, if you look at Polokwane, the area around Seshego, Mankweng, these are quite strong nodes of density. Mokopane, I've talked about the densities developing around the platinum mine. Look at the former Venda, and the densities which are merging around Toyando, and parts of, particularly around the platinum belts in Sekhukhune land. So yes, those densities might not be as dramatic as they are in Gauteng, and yet, who would have expected that decades after the end of the formal homeland system, you would have such high levels of density. We were told in planning school, my planning school in geography at school, about rural to urban migration. We were not told about urban to rural migration. So what is happening? So this is just a zoom into what Graham has shown you. This is the population change between 96 and 2001. You can see there the green. There was certainly population growth in the form of Venda. Prof. Chakozera explained to me how the payouts of Venda, pensions, civil service pensions, the controversial VBS bank and so on, led to an injection of capital into the building of houses. And so we could see that as, interestingly, one of the most remote areas was one of the areas experiencing the most growth in building and population at that time. Venda, not so much in Gazankulu at that time, quite a lot around Polokwane. Polokwane was the new provincial capital. There was a lot of energy, there was a lot of growth even in the core of Polokwane. There was a bit of growth there in the eastern parts of Sekekuni land because of the mining, but in many parts of Sekekuni land and the Moloto corridor just across the border into Kwandebele, there was actual decline. Under apartheid, there was rapid growth. They were forcibly moving people into these areas. Now people were taking the opportunity in Bushbuck Ridge, just across the border into Mpumalanga, decline. People were taking the opportunity to leave the former homelands, go to the cities. So that's what we expected. Things stabilized between 2001 and 2011, especially around Polokwane. There was growth. This was the new provincial capital. Growth within the heart of Polokwane, some growth in the homeland areas. There's growth in the mining belts. Some decline in other areas. But look at this picture, as Graham said, but just zooming in. Look at what we've seen between 2011 and 2022. Just see this density. If you look at Polokwane, you will see red in the town of Polokwane. People looking for affordable sites for building are moving into a belt within the former homeland of Lebowa. See the density there around Mokopane. Look at Sekekuni land, around Jane First, for example, around Lebowa, and you will see a density of growth that is quite extraordinary. You can see across the border into Bushbuck Ridge, rapid growth there, but go north around Giyani, now you're seeing growth. Malomolele, rapid growth. Around Greater Tuyandu, rapid growth. But look outside the former homeland areas and you see all that red. Okay, so decline in areas of commercial farmland, but real growth in the homelands, in not an even patterning, but nevertheless the growth is significantly spread across those areas. Those are these clusters we looked at. I mentioned the clusters. I'll just quickly talk about each of the clusters. Greater Tuyando, we are seeing around 2.4% growth per annum in Colin Shabane, local municipality 2.9, which makes it the joint fastest growing local government area within Limpopo, together with the area around Burgersfort, Vetogoma, Tubatse, and I forget the third one, but it will come up. So if you look at the real detail, you see some hollowing out, some decline in the old center of Sibasa and Tuyando, but you see this rapid growth around. It's kind of a pattern of hollowing out, which we're seeing in all the cities of Limpopo, almost all the cities of Limpopo. Rapid growth on land under customary tenure. What's very interesting about Venda, and Prof. Chakozera can tell you more, is that it seems to be a new urbanization frontier. We're getting new forms of development at a scale that you don't really see in other parts of the country. The large-scale student accommodation, which is not happening in the core, but is happening on areas of traditional authority, entrepreneurs reaching out to traditional leaders, signing leasehold agreements. In fact, one of the accommodation establishments has got 1,000 beds. 1,000 beds on land under traditional authority, extraordinary. You see, look around Nandoni Dam, this huge cluster of resort development on land under traditional authority. No, I don't think there's any other place in the country, in a former homeland area, where you have such a lot of resort, tourism-related development. You're looking at gated estates, which we understand from Joburg. We know about gated estates, but now we're seeing them on land under traditional authority, quite extraordinary. You're looking at a shopping mall. Of course, we see many shopping malls, but they're mainly on the townlands like Giyani and Thohoyandou and so on. But now you see the Shakuma shopping mall on land under traditional authority by a quite conventional developer from Joburg or Pretoria, but reaching an agreement with the traditional leader and building a shopping mall on land under traditional authority. So for those of us who are interested in cities, this is a new frontier of urbanism that we need to understand. Interestingly, in Vendo, you actually quite rarely, in relation to a former homeland area, you're seeing agro transformation. You're seeing particularly the tree crops like nuts and avocados, which are now valuable commodities, and that's also leading to the commercialization of land. So it's one of the exceptions in the country where this kind of development is also associated with new wealth as a result of an agro transformation. So if you look at the night lights from the NASA Urban Observatory, you can see the bright lights around Thohoyandou and Malamulele, and to a less extent around Giyani, as expected, not much in the Kruger Park. But these are clearly new nodes of development, and historically we wouldn't have called them cities, but perhaps we should start thinking of Thohoyandou as a city or an emergent city. Giyani, something similar, smaller agglomeration, around 0.6 million. What is interesting about Giyani is its betterment planning history. So you get these clusters of villages. I'll show you images. And each of these villages are expanding outwards, displacing agricultural land. And recently there's been rapid growth within the police precinct of Giyani. 92,000, just within one police precinct, an additional 92,000 people around Giyani, which is about the fastest in the country. It's extraordinary. So, and of course that brings a lot of tension. So the town of Giyani is under pressure. It wants to expand outwards, but the traditional authorities understandably want to retain control of their land. And so there's a lot of tension at the interface, and we have to think about how to manage these pressures and manage this growth. So this is the one image is taken from the demarcation board on the left. It's a bit fuzzy, but you can see the yellow dots. Those are the villages that were established in the 1960s, evenly spaced. And you can see, if you look at Google Maps, you can see the same thing. Basically, these scattered villages, and one day it's just going to be one huge agglomeration. At the moment, it's scattered villages, but villages that are extending quite rapidly outwards. Greater Polokwane, of course, the extended urban form was created under apartheid, Seshego, Mankweng, Lebochoma. Now about 1.25 million people. Of course, the rapid growth in the early post-apartheid era as it became a provincial capital. But what we're seeing now over the last 10 years is a hollowing out of the core, a decline in the core of Polokwane, and a belt of growth on areas under near customary tenure, roundabout, kind of spatial hollowing. So one of our colleagues from the University of Western Cape did some work here and said that urban domestic elites are acquiring large tracts of customary land around Polokwane, and obviously the traditional leaders are selling land rights. And so it's extraordinary that people feel secure enough to build just on the basis of a PTO, to put all their life savings just on the basis of one piece of paper. And so that's really, really interesting to us, and I think really important. That's an image around Polokwane. And you can see Polokwane there, the night lights around Polokwane, a fuzzy agglomeration now. To the east, you can see Mankweng. But what's really interesting to me is Mokopane. Look how bright it is. So what is happening there? You can see the mine also showing up as a bright light. Around 1.3 million people are living in the greater Sekekuni land, and there's a fascinating history I won't go into. In the early post-apartheid period, you saw decline in much of Sekekuni land, except for the Steelport Valley, the mining areas. And now we're seeing this rapid growth, particularly around Jane First and along transport corridors and towards the mining belt. And the night lights look really interesting. And if you look in the east, that particularly bright belt of light is the mining belt with Burgersfort at the center. So, and we would love to do more land work on Greater Sekekuni land as a really fascinating area because it's just out of the commuting belt around Gauteng. It's not the Moloto corridor. It's not remote like Venda. It's in this intervening situations, it's got a different kind of set of dynamics. So people can easily go back to Sekekuni land for the weekend. And this, we think, is really important. And clearly what's happening on the mining frontier, because this is mining on land under traditional authority. And with new mining legislation, which in fact requires mining companies not only to have an equity partner, so you have Chinese capital, you have Australian capital, but they have to form partnerships in the mining development. They have to have an equity partner, but also 5% of the equity has to go to communities. And who is the community and who represents the community? And it positions traditional leaders in a quite central role in these areas, but there also is potential for conflict around traditional leadership and community structures in these areas. So the three fastest growing local municipalities in Limpopo are in fact Fetogoma, Greater Tobatse because of the mining, Colin Shabane, which on the edge of the Toyandu urban agglomeration, and Maruleng, which is in fact Hoedspruit, and for reasons which I've explained. And all of this raises critical questions of growth management. So yeah, so those are the main clusters, but the commuting cluster is also very interesting to us, and I don't have time really to go into that. These are the other secondary clusters that we are looking at. Just a few images taken from Google Maps. That's Mokopane, and you can see just north of Mokopane, as I said, the largest open-cast platinum mine in the world. And where's the settlement happening? And what kind of pressure is it placing on the land? That's Palaboa, and there are formal townships around Palaboa, but actually if you zoom in, if I had time to zoom in, the growth is not so much in the townships, it's on land under traditional authority. Hoedspruit, okay, it's more complicated because they didn't have a formal township because Hoedspruit was so small in those days, but there are areas of settlement in the former, in Bushbuck Ridge, which was the former Laboa and Gazankulu, and the former Laboa to the northwest, and there's significant settlement dynamics around that. So really our question is, how is provincial and municipal government really responding to the intensification of development in these areas and the increasingly urban character, or I could say hybrid urban-rural character of these developments? And we're not really presenting a critique, because it would not be fair of us to say, oh, your provincial development plan is not taking this into consideration, because most of the data is very recent. The 2022 information from the census only really came out in 2024. So the question is not so much about to what extent has policy responded to these shifts, but it's really how can policy going forward respond to the new data that is available. So we're not presenting our work really as a critique, but really as a provocation for a future response. So I can take you through, and we have been through all the different development strategies from Limpopo from the time of the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy. By the way, if anybody has a copy of the PGDS, please contact us, because it's nowhere to be found. And yet it's an important document because it was the first policy document in the province. And so, of course, there's been interesting policy and interesting planning right up to the Limpopo Development Plan 2025 to 2030, and the idea of the rail corridor up through Limpopo and all the ambition around that. And the fact that now in provincial policy one is recognizing places like Thohoyandou, Giyani, Vetlhoma, Tobatse as the new cities of the province. And I think that is important. And, but if we look at the spatial planning for Limpopo, something really interesting is happening in the Limpopo Spatial Development Framework, and it's partly built, this is the National Spatial Development Framework, not perspective, sorry. And so if you look in the details there, that yellow across Limpopo is called a transition area. It's not called a rural area anymore in national policy. It's called a transition area. And that's interesting. So it's a recognition nationally that something different is happening there. And if we look at the provincial spatial development framework, there's some wonderful maps in the PSDF which begin to represent the province in a different way. So this is what's called a kernel density map, or a map of the density of residential structures. And this is not representing the province anymore in terms of the hierarchy of settlements. It's not Polokwane and then Louis Trichardt and Zanin at the next level, and then other regional centers. It's representing it in a very different way. It's showing where the actual density is. And you'll see the actual density is really in the places, settlement density in the former homeland areas. And this is how we think we need to start understanding settlement in a place like Limpopo. And in fact, if you look at the conceptual framework, you see the recognition there of places like Jane First and Thohoyandou and Giyani as major agglomerations, almost on the same level as Polokwane. And you can see the recognition there of, in that kind of light brown, of spatial transformation and economic transition areas. So we're not coming to the province and sort of critiquing the province and saying you're not recognizing these trends. We're actually saying we are seeing some really interesting recognition within provincial policies, especially the PSDF, of these processes. And we're interested to know more about that. And even here, which is the proposed nodes, look at those nodes. The provincial urban node, if you look at Thohoyandou, it's recognized now as a provincial urban node, coming out much more strongly than Louis Trichardt. And that as it should be, because that's where more than 1 million people are. You can look at Jane First there, and Burgersfort, and Mokopane, and areas of traditional authority around Mokopane. So something is happening which is really interesting to us. We also, however, looked at IDPs, and yeah, so there's a lot of interesting, I've run out of time, but just a lot of interesting information. So Thulamela local municipality is aspiring to be a city by 2030. Very interesting. But it doesn't say what it means to be a city, so I think we can push the IDP forward. Actually, and it doesn't say where the boundaries of the city really are. Does it include areas under traditional authority? What does that mean? So yes, it's interesting that they're aspiring to be a city, but I think the IDP should go quite a lot forward. Greater Polokwane, the city of Polokwane presents itself as a smart city with an aspiration to be a metro. The focus, however, is in the IDP is still on the core city. It recognizes that there's 7 other settlement clusters, but it doesn't say enough about those 7 other settlement clusters and whether those settlement clusters fit within the smart city vision. But there's some areas, so let me say Vetlhoma Tobatse wants to be recognized as a platinum city. But what does it mean to be a platinum city in terms of infrastructure and management? But it does also pick up this real tensions, lack of coordination between mining companies, traditional authorities, the municipality. If it wants to be a platinum city, then clearly the critical issue is to develop those relationships. And then you can, I think, aspire to be a platinum city. But there are still some municipalities, let me just say municipalities on the edge of Gauteng in Limpopo, which call themselves rural, and yet clearly they are not rural, they're part of Greater Gauteng. So in those municipalities, I think there is a need, perhaps for provincial government to edge them towards an expanded understanding of what their municipality is actually about. So there's something really interesting happening in Limpopo. There's this recognition that's emerging that what we're seeing is not the conventional rural settlement, and we're seeing it through provincial and municipal policies, but not evenly so. Not evenly so, and I think that's the challenge. Let me just close by saying, in terms of research culture, we really appreciate what we've seen in the Limpopo Provincial Research and Innovation Agenda and the partnerships that have been built, including evidently between the universities in Limpopo and provincial government. And this is exactly the way to go forward. And we hope that this event can assist in strengthening those partnerships and also the relationship with Stats SA and the positive role Stats SA plays in packaging data. But we do think that the analysis has to go there's some good statistical analysis, but needs to go beyond just the statistical analysis, which you do see in IDPs. Needs to go to an understanding of these processes we're talking about that are reshaping the province. And that level of analysis and understanding we're not quite seeing yet coming through in IDPs, for example. So yeah, let me leave it there. I think we've taken more than our time.
Many thanks, Graham and Phil, for your fascinating and riveting presentations. Colleagues, I'm going to take this opportunity and invite input, questions, and this is how we are going to do it. You raise up your hand, and also you briefly introduce yourself, and you go straight to your point, or you pose your question. I think we'll be able to take a few questions and also contributions from the audience. We should be able to spend about 15 minutes on this one. So I'm going to go first, and it's basically a question I wish to pose to Graham. I think from a conceptual point of view, the report refers to a large extent to the policy of betterment management as opposed to separate development policy. So I wanted to make sense of how the two policy concepts are distinct and what was intended by the colonial and apartheid governments in introducing these two policy positions. One, betterment management, and two, separate development policy. I'm going to give the colleague a mic, you introduce yourself, you go straight to your point.
Thanks. My name is Puti Musomani. I'm from the Office of the Premier in Research and Development as well as Policy. My interest is in knowing whether we have been able to compare the percentage of these big houses that we see. There are many people in the rural areas or the areas that we have seen there who are still living under poverty or not doing so well. But that percentage of those that we can call the middle class in the rural areas compared to those who are not doing so well or living under poverty, have we done that? And tried to also see, the growth in terms of the middle class generally in the country, whether it matches what we are seeing in the rural areas. Thanks.
Great question. Thanks, Sir. Any other question, input? Yes. Mr. Njoko.
Thank you, Prof. Ngobi Njoko from the Teflop Graduate School of Leadership. I just wanted to check with the colleagues if there is, from the municipal point of view, is there reasons they're giving why there's so much reluctancy in providing services? Because we're seeing, like we said, the new developments, these homes need services. They need to be serviced. You know, is it based on the issue of there isn't systems to collect revenue from homelands or the former homelands, or there's other reasons why because especially when you look at most, if not all, there's still no electricity, there's still no roads, there's still no piped water, and people are building, 7-bedroom houses with, so yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Njoko, for your question. Duly noted. Yes. Third question or input? I think it's Dr. Mahoko.
Thank you. Good. Is it morning? Still morning. Greetings, colleagues. In your presentation, you mentioned something very interesting for me. The migration patterns in terms of how people are now migrating from urban to rural areas in comparison to the traditional migration patterns. Now, my interest is on whether we know at this point the pull and push factors of for people moving from urban to rural areas. We already know, because a lot has been said about the pull and push factors of those moving from the rurality to urban areas. So I'm just interested to know what are those push pull factors, and also just to appreciate the presentation. Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Yes. Fourth contribution, Mr. Powell.
Good morning. My name is Pat.
Yes.
Yes. You have been struggling for more than 20 years to call my name, Prof. When we were still students in the University of the North. I have some worries about what is being presented here. You'll bear with me. I've seen some old names. Greatest Kukuneland. I don't know what it means and what it is. University of the North. Greater Polokwane. I'm just worried about the usage of those names because they don't exist, some of them. The second factor that I've observed is on Polokwane. Because you did not delineate Polokwane, because there are two Polokwanes. Polokwane as the municipality, and Polokwane as the area where we are. And where we are is historically not part of the homeland. It was part of Transvaal. You see? Because if we don't put those issues into context, it might confuse the new generation. So those are some of the things. There are even vendor. You mentioned about vendor. There is no longer something called vendor. You see? You understand? Because it will show that there isn't much of research done on the context of these names, and if it's not being corrected, it might send a wrong message. I'm not a researcher. I'm a dropout from many universities, but I've observed that.
By the way, currently you said you serve in which capacity for purposes of our record?
I work in the office of the Premier. I do planning.
Great, thanks.
The question that I want to ask, that was on a later note. The question that I want to ask, which did not come very clearly, is what is the driving force for the urbanization in the former homeland? Because I did not see it there. Because my expectation when I came here, I went through literature of urbanization, and then I realized that you can actually urbanize or transform rural areas into urban areas. And then my question is, what is the driving force? And what are the challenges at the policy level? Because this urbanization, they happens outside the parameters of government. They are not regulated, they just happen. People, if you go to houses, they are big houses, goes houses. You understand? And the question from a policy perspective is, what are the inherent challenges that are posed by this urbanization? Because we might have big houses that are bigger than the ones that are in town. But those houses there, or that development, have their own inherent challenges. And if we do not address them, we might move into a disaster. Because today's problem solutions are tomorrow's problems.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Padu, for your contribution. It's highly, highly appreciated. We're taking the fifth contribution. Then I'll ask Graham and Phil to respond to the issues. Then I'll also open up another session for Q&A. Over to you. The mic. Or we have another colleague that side who wanted to make an input. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Hoshi.
Thank you, Prof. During the presentations, I observed something that talked to royal leaders being mediators in the mining contracts or something like that. What I want to know is that what the researchers think must happen, or is it what is happening right now as we speak? Because in my understanding of what's happening around the mining areas is the contrary to what was presented there. So if that is the case in terms of them being mediators, is there any evident data that can be put forward to say this is what happened and these are the results of that mediation that took place? Yeah. I'm a little bit concerned about that because I thought that was a silent phenomenon in the mining areas.
Yeah, okay. Great input, Hoshi. We really appreciate it. I'll start with Graham. I think you go first, and Phil will follow. You've got your questions, isn't it? Yeah. Graham?
Try and tackle some. Is that right? Does it work? Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, so let me just quickly try to deal with the conceptualization of separate development and betterment. I do have to say that Prof. Harrison is the planner in the room, so he'll be able to, better than I would, answer some of the questions about the exact dates and so on. But just very, very briefly, our understanding is that the concept of settlement development was driven by a notion of the apartheid architects of trying to construct a political economy where the costs of the labor that was needed by a growing mining and manufacturing industry in white South Africa, where the costs of labor could be externalized out of the city. Okay, so the idea basically was because you could dump a whole lot of surplus people in far-flung rural areas, the costs of housing, the costs of servicing, the costs of the labor that needed to be covered so that people could feed themselves, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that could be put somewhere else, elsewhere in the country. And betterment, in some ways, was part of that idea. Okay, so prior to betterment planning, a lot of people lived in very dispersed villages, and agricultural activity related to those villages and these dispersed homelands was not particularly efficient in the minds of the apartheid architects. So it was better for the apartheid architects, in their minds, to put people into modernized linear-based settlements in order to create more space on the outskirts for agricultural activities that therefore could become larger in scale. And so the idea was basically that more efficient, larger scale agriculture would support those communities. And because those communities were then supported in that way, families of migrant laborers could basically support themselves, and therefore you could afford to pay people less in the cities. That was basically the idea. Phil can give a lot more nuance, but the concepts are different, but they're linked in quite fundamental ways in an apartheid political economy. And I might just say, I think, we're seeing something of an inversion of that now, because what's happening is that money is earned in cities is not being kept in cities, it's being returned to rural areas in the form of these housing developments. So there's actually a reversal of that, where the costs and the benefits of development are being kept. I'm sorry, that sounds like a very academic answer, but that's basically the way I would read it. In terms of the percentage of the population of these areas that is still poor, I think that's an absolutely vital question. And the answer is we don't know, because census data on this particular question has not been released. It's very, very frustrating for us who watch the numbers on these kind of questions, that census data has been released on some of the questions in the census, but not on others. So just recently we got ward level data on population and some population demographics, so sex and age and race at the ward level. But even today, this is 3 to 4 years after the census was done, it's clear that Statsis is not prepared to release any data related to income that was coming from the census. And I think it's a reflection of poor quality census data collection, but we're unfortunately hamstring. So in the past we could say, no, in this particular area, at this ward level, X percentage of the population was middle class and X percentage was we just don't know. It's impossible to know. So short of local surveys, yes, the general household survey, this is also conducted by Stats, will give you some figures, but it's representative only at the provincial level, not even municipal level. We don't even know at a municipal level what percentage of any particular area is relatively poor. So it's a huge frustration for us. I do want to say that, and this was something that was highlighted by one of our other team members, Professor Jenny Robinson, in a class the other day, that some of what's happening here is a reflection of the complicated dynamics in the middle class in cities. And in particular, one thing we think is a driving force here is what's called the gap market in housing development. So people know this, that basically if you are to deserve an RDP house, if you are eligible as a beneficiary for RDP housing, you have to earn below a certain level, but in order to access a bond through the private lending institutions, you have to earn above a certain amount. And between the levels of income below which you must be in order to have an RDP subsidy and that level that you must earn to have access to a bond, there's a big gap, and they call that the gap market. And we think a lot of the housing that's being developed in rural areas is by people in that gap market. So it's not by the poorest of the poor, of course not. But it's by people who are earning something, but they can't earn enough to access a bond, but they earn too much to access RDP housing. So we think there's definitely a very interesting set of dynamics in the way in which the urban middle class is able to access resources of various sorts. I don't want to try and take all the questions. Yep. Maybe, Phil, you can answer one or two that you feel you're best placed to do. Maybe just to pick up on the point around what's the driving force behind urbanization. I think this is a question that we are really animated by. We are really trying to get to the bottom of this. Usually when people think about the growth of cities or towns, historically, they think about the one big thing that caused that city to be in that place. So when people think about Chicago, for example, Chicago came to be because it was a global trade and export hub for the huge wheatlands, the wheat areas of the Midwest of America. And because it became a wheat exporting hub, urban functions followed that. And so you can say Chicago came to be because it was an export hub related to the initial requirements of wheat-based agriculture. And people think, no, you must look for that kind of explanation in any urban development. But sometimes things develop for reasons that are very strange, and we can't quite pin it down to one key factor. And certainly I think this is the case here.
Yeah.
There's a multitude of overlapping factors that we're trying to trace. Now, it's not to dodge the question. We have, in fact, just written up a series of journal articles that we've submitted to the journal Transformation. And one of the things that we've tried to do is tease out this layered set of factors. Some of that has to do with the failures of our cities. Some of that has to do with new economic infrastructures in malls, and so on and so forth. There's a layering of different factors that are driving it. Phil, do you want to tackle some?
But still on that, Graham, are you able to tie up your response with what Dr. Mohokong posed around the push and pull factors that drives this movement?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a very related question. And certainly I need to be careful that we're not suggesting for 1 second that urbanization in the way that we've traditionally understood it, of rural to urban, has ended. We're not saying that. And we are saying that the rural to urban migration that has historically happened was also unfinished urbanization, in the sense that people didn't urbanize in a permanent way, certainly not in South Africa. There was always what the academics call this double rootedness. In other words, they were rooted in one place. They tried to find a way to realize economic aspirations in urban centers, but people also were rooted in old homeland areas where family continued to reside. And the movement forward and backwards and forwards from rural to urban areas was from rural to urban areas and back again was always there. But what we're seeing now is the taking of any accumulation of finances, of assets, from where you'd expect it to be invested in urban areas, and it being put back into rural areas. That's what we're seeing, and an acceleration of that phenomenon. And with that, a kind of counter-urbanization where people are not just investing in home assets in rural areas, but actually coming to want to live there, which is what's reflected in the census. And the sort of push and pull factors related to the question of urbanization, the failure of cities, better quality of life in rural areas, the relative costs of establishing that square meterage of housing with that set of fittings, etc., much more expensive to build the same thing in an urban area. Much more dramatic. The figures are extraordinary. It can cost up to 3 times as much to build that house in an urban area as a rural area. So we are tracing those kind of factors. But obviously this is part of the dialogue. We'd like to get your views on it as well.
Yeah, thanks for that response, Graham. Briefly, so from your projection, do you have a sense that at some point the rural-urban duality will cease to exist? Or are we stuck with this for the next 30 years or 100 years? In terms of the trends, emerging from your empirical evidence, do you have a sense, tentatively speaking, that you can project the end of the urban-rural duality, or it's a phenomenon that will be ceased with for the next 100 years or so? But just a brief response on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to say that the way in which we think about urban and rural as a duality, I think that conceptual distinction is being seriously questioned by what we're beginning to see. So it's a question of our language, and it's a question of the words that we use to describe things. Certainly, we're going to see dramatic changes in settlement patterns continue to exist. What's happening around Mthatha, Thohoyandou, Bushbuck Ridge, which is now calling themselves a rural metro with aspirations. The settlement patterns are going to change very dramatically and continue to do so. It might well be that there's eventually a balancing out. We are going to face a situation where, because of the growth of these settlements, we've got to figure out the servicing sooner rather than later. And if we don't, the quality of life in those new settlements will be equally challenged, which might mean that people are then going to ask themselves the question, is it worth investing there? So there might be a balancing out and eventual slowing down. But I think for the next couple of decades, this trend is going to continue.
Thanks, Fred.
So just to continue, I mean, I think, but it's absolutely debatable, and there could be many different opinions in this room, that the rural-urban duality no longer exists, and that the language of that duality is no longer helpful. So in official government reporting, where the urban is understood as being formally proclaimed urban areas, I think Limpopo is around 18-19%. I'll be very controversial and say I think it's closer to 100%. And that's controversial, but I think that there are very few households in Limpopo that are not connected into an urban area, whether it's a historical urban area, whether in Limpopo or Gauteng, where a member of the household is not earning income, at least one member of the household from such an area, and where the lifestyle, the nature of the building and the nature of how income is earned is not urban in a sense. So I would think that we've got to rethink the whole concept of rural-urban. I'm not saying the rural has disappeared. The rural still exists, but the urban is everywhere. And I think it's a different conceptual framing, and it's a conceptual framing we now are teaching to our students, and they challenge me. They don't always agree with me. They say, I'm going back to my rural village. And then I say, okay, please show me what your rural village looks like. I said, but there are thousands of people living there, and you're all living in modern houses. So clearly it is a village because of governance and because of family and social connections. It's a village in that sense, but in terms of lifestyle, it's hard to call it rural. So it's a provocation. We don't expect everyone to agree with us in terms of that. So just quickly, betterment. So betterment started before apartheid in the colonial era, but continued under apartheid. And betterment is still quite important for what has subsequently followed, even though betterment ended in the 1970s. There are parts of Limpopo where there was real resistance to betterment, the heartland of the Bapedi. So I learned, I must be careful about saying Sekukuni land, but the heartland of the Bapedi people, where there was resistance. And so that's very different from areas such as Rangiani, where betterment happened. And so the nature of urbanization is different because of that history. Even looking at the former Transkei between Pondoland, where there was resistance, and what was historically Galeka land, Fango land, which was betterment planned. So I think these histories are important. That's all I'm saying. I think the question about do we know about the proportion of the big houses, Graham has answered that. But I think what is becoming clear is that so-called rural areas, and we're challenging the terminology, which were just seen as areas of poverty, are now areas of wealth and poverty. And inequality is not just something we see in the big cities. Inequality is something we see across the country with all sorts of implications. But we need the data, and we don't have the data. And the real dilemma, I think, for governance is around municipal finances. So the next question was also really important. And that's the heart of the dilemma, because now these areas have densities that are similar to historically urban areas. But the municipal finance regime provides no other base for them than intergovernmental transfers. Take Bushbuck Ridge, which we know better. 10% of the land is rateable. 10% of the land is under formally proclaimed urban areas, the old 293 township areas. 90% is not rateable. The owner is the state. The traditional leaders are custodians, but the formal owner is the state, and you can't really charge this the national government, Department of Land Affairs rates. It's zoned as agricultural, and rates on agricultural land in any event are very, very limited. So that provides no basis for municipal finances to actually provide the servicing that's needed in those areas. And many of these municipalities really struggle even to charge services. Eskom mainly provides electricity, and I think they manage to get the money because they can just cut off. But municipalities are struggling in this area, and I think that's the heart of the dilemma. I don't have an answer, so it'd be great to have a discussion around this, because any attempt at creating a form of tenure that is rateable is now caught up in the impasse around the Communal Rights Act, CLARA. So there isn't a mechanism to make these areas. So Bushbuck Ridge calls itself a rural metro. It's interesting. It's an exciting new concept. It brings together the idea of the urban, and yet there's no fiscal base for the rural metro. And I was hoping that the new white paper on local government would say something, but I'm not sure that it does in terms of this. So migration, so Graham has really responded to that, but it's really complicated. Because take schools, for example. So people might be occupying these lands under customary tenure, but there isn't a sufficient quality school, so they could be sending their children back to Gauteng for schooling. I saw that at the beginning of the school holidays, with this flow of children stopping at the side of the road because they're going back to Polokwane. So it's complicated. It's not a simple rural-urban or urban-rural. And because households are both in the rural and the urban, it's not necessarily that the household is moving back, but that the investment, I think Graham has said that the accumulated investment is going back to the so-called villages. Yeah, so look, I take the point about terminology and how we name things. It's difficult. In our report, we move between history and the present. So there are historical names. I think we're quite careful in saying the former or ex-vendor, ex-Laboa, and we're not saying that there still is a vendor or there still is a Laboa, but there was. And so, I mean, we need to go carefully again through our reports to make sure we say X. I'd be very interested to know what we should say in relation to Sekakuni land, because historically, yes, it was referred to. I don't know, because we're not just referring to the local authority, because it's many local authorities that come together. So I'm not really sure how one should represent that, but we certainly...
I think we can put it in the footnotes.
Yeah, maybe put it in the footnotes, but I think it is important because we understand sensitivities around names. So Polokwane, yes, obviously, the old Petersburg, Polokwane today was part of the old Transvaal, was not part of Laboa. But today, we have to think of it as an integrated agglomeration. People are commuting, moving between the different components. So what do we call it? So we called it Greater Polokwane. Not to say that the whole agglomeration was within the old Petersburg or Polokwane, but how do we refer to it? So it's like the Gauteng City Region. There doesn't exist anything in legislation called the Gauteng City Region. It doesn't. It's just it's a representation of an integrated urban area. And so again, we'd be very happy for terminology that comes from within Limpopo. If there's another way of talking about the Greater Polokwane, or what is historically referred to as Sekakuni land. But, I mean, we take the point. We have to be sensitive to these issues. Graham has talked about the driving forces, which we're trying to understand. Yeah, and so the most important thing, and it's kind of why we're here, is the challenges that all this presents. We're not saying that these processes are good or bad. They just are. You know, as academics, we try not to be normative and not to cast judgment. Do we think what's happening around Polokwane within areas under traditional authority, is that a positive or a negative? For how many households, it's positive, it's land that's cheaply accessible, it's also not far from Polokwane, but for municipal finances, it's a real challenge because the rates are not being paid to local government, yet local government must service it. For the next generation, what does the next generation want? You've built this almost mansion, but are they going to live there? What type of services can be provided given the fact that people are not paying rates in those areas? Those are challenges, but we're not trying to say this is good or this is bad. We're just trying to say it's a real governance dilemma. And we're interested to know how people are thinking of this governance dilemma within Limpopo. And then finally, Kugoshi's comment. So we haven't done our own research on the mining belt. We haven't had time to do that. So we've read what other people have said about the role of traditional authorities in the mining. We would love to talk to you about it. So we know around Rustenburg, traditional leadership have played a very fundamental role. The Royal Bafokeng have played a critical and fundamental role. We know that in this area it is more complicated in terms of mining rights and who's been given the mining rights and the share that goes to communities and to the role that traditional leaders may play in introducing the mining companies to communities. But we personally haven't done work in that area. We've only read what has been written by researchers who've done some work. But we'd be really interested to know and understand better the relationship between mining communities, between mining companies. Some of them are foreign, some are Chinese, some of them are Australian. Between mining companies, mining capital that comes from outside, equity partners like African Rainbow Minerals that are now a very powerful presence in this area, traditional leadership, communities and how they work with municipalities. It's something that's of great interest to us, but we don't understand it adequately enough yet. Should I leave it there?
Yes, yeah. No, thanks, Phil and Graham, for your responses to the questions that were posed by the colleagues. We're moving on. I'm going to invite additional questions. We should break for tea or coffee at 11:15 or 12, at 12:15, sorry. Okay, any comment, question before we break for tea at 12:15? Yes, over to you, sir. Any other hand? At the back, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, colleagues. This is a very interesting discussion. I'm just interested in commenting on the issue of is the rural scape going to disappear? Never. It will not. The reason being that we are Africans, and the rural scape definitely represents identities. We normally live in the rural areas the rest of our lives. You may live in Gauteng for how many years, I don't know, but when you die, you come back home. And that will be your place forever and ever. So definitely, when we're looking at this continuum, like Prof said, let us just look at it as some kind of functional regions from a regional development perspective, whereby we can say we have this rural, we have this urban, and there is a thin line that is dividing the rural and the urban, normally referred to as the urban fringe, peri-urban, and as the urban is continuously urbanizing, the urban fringe, the peri-urban is swallowed slowly, and the issue of services and stuff usually is used to differentiate those zones. But the issue of the rural itself will forever be because we want to have our identities recognized even after death. So thank you so much, Prof. I think we'll have this kind of discussion later.
Yeah, we didn't get your name, sorry.
My name is Immaculate. My surname is Ingwani. I'm from the University of Venda.
Okay, good stuff. Thanks, madam. The second input. Yeah. The lady this side.
Thank you so much. My name is Shailet Nyamwanza from University of Venda. My first question is around what Prof. Harrison was also presenting in terms of dual governance. I would want to maybe just get clarity if maybe you managed to find out in terms of the institutional arrangements between traditional leadership and local municipalities, if you managed to look into that, and if it's yes, were they uniform terms and conditions, arrangements, and so forth, or they were context-specific across homelands? And then the second one is not really a question, but I just want to bring in a point on what also Prophet said. You also want just to hear in terms of which term is mostly used and so forth, Bantustan or homeland. I also conducted some work, but on just the Tulamela portion of the former Venda homeland. And when I was talking to the respondents, in terms of, I was just probing to see which term do they prefer or not. But they were saying them, of course, they were agreeing with the point you were saying that the anti-apartheid activists, they preferred the term Bantustan. But to them, they were saying whether it's Bantustan or homeland, to them both terms are charged. They actually prefer Bantustan because it was the original term. When you look at how it was used, the Bantustan term is the one which started, even when you look at some of the acts, the Bantu Education Act, the Bantu Authorities Act, that was around the 1950s, 1960s. But then, around 1970s, that's when then the term homeland started coming in. When you look at, I think it's the Bantu Homeland Citizenship Act. But to them, they were saying, for us, when they were now talking of the homelands, they were just now trying to sugarcoat the practices that were happening even during when they were still using the term Bantustan. But to them, both terms are charged. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam, for your input. Last point from our colleague. Over to you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Sigidani Ifani from the Office of the Premier. Just want to ask, from your research, did you find any examples or evidence of collaboration between municipalities and these former homelands areas that resembles the urban improvement precincts that you usually find in the cities like Umhlanga, Stenton, and Waterfront? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your input. Over to you, colleagues, Graham and Phil, in no particular order.
Okay. So I'm very happy to accept that the rural always exists, but the urban is everywhere. And I guess in our work, one could use the phraseology that the rural always exists. So we've used the phraseology heartland urbanism, and the heartland refers to identity and connection to the land, and urbanism refers to the lifestyle, which is increasingly urban. And that's why I'm kind of uncomfortable with our own language of extended urbanization, because it doesn't necessarily capture the fact that elements of the urban, and particularly wrapped up in a sense of identity, elements of the rural wrapped up in a sense of identity, is deeply present in this area, and it, in fact, is why many people are coming back to these areas. So I think we recognize this, and it's something we want to push back even to our own colleagues coming internationally who just use the term extended urbanization. So it's complicated, but I think it's something we have to accept, that reality is not just the material. Reality is also the psychosocial, and it's also about identity. So then just on this question of the relationship between municipalities and traditional councils, and I think our colleague, Professor Chakwizera, might be referring to this, because he's done serious work on this, more so than we have. But what is interesting to us is that there isn't, this area formally in terms of government policy and legislation is very indistinct. There's not much that is said in policy about how this relationship should work out. And so what is more interesting is how it is actually working out on the ground. What is more interesting are the emerging partnerships in places like Colin Shabane local municipality, for example, and around and in Tulumela and many other municipalities, because traditional councils and municipal councils have to work together, so they are finding ways to work together. There are tensions. I refer to the tensions we picked up around Jane First and Guyani, but there are also many areas of collaboration, and some are emerging as real cases of good practice. So Spluma is a sensitive issue. I'm sure everyone understands Spluma is a sensitive issue because it has to do with land management and the fact there's now wall-to-wall municipal land use management schemes, and yet traditional leaders have land allocation as one of their primary responsibilities. But what is interesting to me is not the tension that Spluma has produced, but the fact that in some places a real collaborative problem-solving relationship has emerged. So for example, the agreement between municipal councils in Bushbuck Ridge, for example, and traditional leaders, that traditional councils will accept a basic land use plan for the area and will then continue to allocate land, but in terms of that basic plan. And they will also be involved in developing that basic plan. It's a plan that doesn't have legislative weight, but it's accepted by both parties. And that, to me, is very interesting. And I think that's the way forward, and I think we haven't had time to go to each municipality and each traditional council and to look at these forms of practice that are emerging. Some of our colleagues are doing that. So that, I think, is the opportunity, and you don't need change in legislation to achieve that. I hope the change in legislation will come. But the practice is already beginning to happen. I'm sure Professor Chakwizera will comment more on that.
Yeah, duly noted.
I can't answer the last question because we didn't look at the sort of BIDs and CIDs within a formal urban areas. I'm sure you'll find them, but it's not something we looked at.
No.
Yeah, maybe just to quickly build on what Phil has said. Yeah, I mean, so maybe just to quickly deal with the first one. I mean, I think that's a very valuable contribution in terms of the way in which people themselves think about themselves as rural. And certainly we didn't want to come across as if we, as academics from Gauteng, are coming to tell you, your self-identification is like false consciousness, like the old Marxists used to say. And actually you're urban even though you think you're rural. So ours is not a normative position. Rather, we're fascinated in how, although we can see the marks of what in the historical literature has been classified as urban, are also beginning to appear in areas that we have historically thought about as rural. People nonetheless claim the identity for themselves as being rural. And there's a particular aspect of the urban that we need to properly recognize in our thinking of what kind of urban is this. So I think what you've said is really, really important in terms of that. Yeah, and thank you very much. I think it was Charlotte who said the point around the fact that you yourself have asked people about how they regard these terms, and it's really useful to hear that. We don't want a misstep. We don't want to must call it Bantustan. We must call it homeland because that's the correct term. People themselves need to reflect on what they are most comfortable with, and we need to hear that. And so it's really, really important that you've reflected that. Maybe just two quick points. I'll end with something that I think probably needs to be corrected in terms of an impression, but I'll come to that in a second. Even though we can probably say very quickly that we haven't looked at whether the kind of urban development processes, techniques and tools that you might see in Sandton have been applied in some we are in the research that we are doing and continuing to do, come across various instances in which it's very clear that traditional authorities are not working in a way that imagines the areas that they are in control of as needing to be preserved from urban development. There's no sort of fantasy, there's no kind of imagination of these areas as continuing to be pristine rural. And in fact, traditional authorities are often at the forefront of these developments. And that's really, really important to recognize. You know, some of the more anthropological work that our colleagues are doing in the Eastern Cape is suggesting that there's a lot of tension that's beginning to emerge because some traditional authorities, not all, are driving this kind of development through the parceling up of land in ways that anticipate a more urban style. You know, and there's a status that attaches to that and so on and so forth. So that's very, very interesting for us. It's certainly not a situation where, you know, urban must be kept at bay by the traditional authorities who are trying to preserve a way of life. That's certainly not happening, and I think it's worth looking at that in more detail. Taking seriously the way in which traditional authorities themselves imagine the land that they are in control of. And certainly, I just must say this, just in line with what Phil has said, I certainly cannot imagine a world in which the right and the responsibility of traditional authorities to allocate land is somehow taken away. That's not going to happen. So how traditional authorities work with municipalities to allocate land in a way that is effectively planned for is the essence of the challenge. And in fact, I think that the new white paper does something to say that the evolving practice needs to be respected and consolidated and formalized in some way. And there is some talk in the white paper about appropriate new kinds of forums that structure this relationship to recognize the practice. My last quick point I just need to say is that point of view saying, here is our completed research. We were very respectful when we spoke to Jacquina and colleagues last year that when we talk about research, there's some of our colleagues from the Eastern Cape or Professor Chakudi, who've done years and years and years, decades of research in these areas. But if we think about a program of research around extended urbanization and everything that's going on, from mining and traditional authorities, or how people regard the rural or whatever, if you can think of a program of research like this, we're over here, and we're not standing in front of you saying our research is completed. This is what we found. This is what we didn't find. We're looking for guidance. We're looking for learning that allows us to collectively, with the people in this room, shape up a program of research from which we can all benefit in terms of evidence-based policy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, let's give Phil and Graham a big round of applause for their excellent presentations. So we're moving forward. This concludes the proceedings of the first segment. We're going to break for tea or coffee. Let's be back at 12:35. We're reconvening thereafter. We'll
ago, some 150 by 100, like a plot was costing something like 60,000 rand. So as you can see, that place of Maruleng is a little bit far from these two towns that I've mentioned, but there's a lot of activities happening in between these two towns. So that's why I'm saying I'm really seeing an emergence of something much larger in terms of like an urban emergence there. So that actually calls for us to think a little bit even deeper in terms of like planning for this kind of like developments, because my realization in terms of like the research that I have conducted in other contexts is that because of, people come into these places as individuals. So there's some kind of like an silo approach to those kind of like developments. And the end result is a creation of a space that is not necessarily safe for people, because everyone is looking inwardly. If it's a mall, it's the mall, the other person next door. So there would be like passages in between all of this establishment, which actually become dangerous for people working there. And I must say, it's not just like at nighttime, even like just during the day, it can actually be problematic. So my point here is that there's a need for some kind of like at the municipal level, at the traditional authority level, to make sure that when there's that sort of like a growth of a NEF center, economic center, to make sure that it's not just like an individuals coming in there to make their own investments, but also to make sure that there's some kind of like a common approach to the space, so that it's created in a way that it's actually become very much functional. So there has also been some kind of like thinking about this kind of spaces. So I'm just like responding in a way that I just try to dwell a little bit deeper into these things. So one of the things that we have thought about the emergence of these urban centers is, say, for example, a combination of two kind of like approaches, of a block approach, like a shopping mall, and then along the road, closer to the shopping mall, you find that some people, like I was saying, they buy a piece of land, and then they build a number of buildings there to rent out as a form of a business. So that kind of like a block approach. But what is also important, what I've realized is that in addition to that, one of the things that is a little bit somewhat unique about this kind of like emerging urban spaces is that the businesses also tend to take place in their homes, home-based enterprises, whether it's liquor outlets or spaza shops or taverns, whatever the case might be. So in that particular way, there's an approach, like a street approach, as sort of like a component of space making. It's also become very much important. So we have got a block in terms of like this huge things, like a shopping mall and other places that people build, but also the street also become actually quite an important thing that can be activate some kind of like a vibrant kind of like environment, because the key important thing about the growth of these urban centers is that they happen along mobility spaces, whether it's the major road like R36 or even the streets that's sort of like in the settlements. So I'm just throwing it in there as the fact that this is how the stuff that we presented in the morning, how in reality we actually begin to see them. So planning then therefore becomes very much important, even in terms of just how land is allocated and how people are aligned, so much so that there can be a facilitation of a mobility in a way that is safe, but also mobility in a way that it recognizes that the delivery trucks and things like that will actually be delivered into homes, not just to big businesses. So this is sort of like my experience from other cases that I have seen. So So basically, that's pretty much that which I wanted to say, that these things they take a particular shape on the ground, which of course it still remains very much important in the urban center. But it also says in terms of how we talk about land uses, it's always going to end up being like a mixed use. So much so that a residential area, it's not just going to be forced to be just a residential area. I think when we proceed from here forward, there's going to have to be a recognition that even the residential areas will also be business sites at the same time. So that is what is actually going to make the spaces that we are interested in stand out. The last point that I'm going to make also is that especially my context that I've been working on are from the Rustenburg side. So what is actually happening on the Rustenburg side is that the platinum is actually downscaling quite seriously. And my understanding is that it is coming here. So we are really have been talking about this growth that you have seen in the maps, in the statistics, but actually I think you haven't seen enough. Much more of Rustenburg is coming here. In the 1990s, we were talking about Rustenburg as the fastest growing city. I think from now moving forward, we're going to be talking about the, I don't know what you call it now, Sikukuni land, whatever, we're struggling with the terminologies, as the fastest growing in terms of like the population, but also in terms of like residences and rental accommodation and all of that. So I think my only encouragement here is that ultimately we have got to be ready in terms of like planning for this change that is happening, which is going to be very huge in this part of the country. I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Thanks very much as well to be given an opportunity from the province so that we can able to share the realities on the ground. I'm not sure if it's sharing. I think, okay. But if not, it's fine. No, not a problem. Yeah, thanks, colleagues, the guests and delegates, as well as the presenters and the panelists in terms of this time that we're given. I just want to just try to respond to key issues of which I find they touch base on the issues that is happening within the province, because one of the pressing spatial governance is the challenges that is faced by the municipalities in terms of this, what do you call it, landlock. When most of our municipalities are urban centers, they are within the landlocked area of which the traditional local area are being governed. So you might find that 23% they are those lands that are being within the urban areas where we have got formal plans and so on. And then you have got peri-urban, which is probably 7%, which are on the transition zone, and those ones that are on the outskirts where we have to travel long distances. Yes, we have, this spatial reality has significant implication for municipal revenue generation. I think Prof talked about it, spatial planning, infrastructure provision, environmental management, and the sustainable urban governance. So those are the things I think the speakers was talking about. But the current urban trends, if you check, what are we increasingly witnessing is the issue of migration of people, particularly from the middle class, which are going to the outskirts. They might be selling the houses, or they might be renting out their houses. So to those urban areas, to those peri-urban areas. The reason being that you might maybe to get more money investment, and then they go to those other areas with their reasons, of which I will elaborate down here. So we have to, as part of planning from the provincial side, we have done the analysis in terms of our SDF and the current trends which have been, I think the Prof was also able to share that with us. So we have also to look at the issue of the movement is driven by several factors: low building costs, easy access to land, limited municipal enforcement, avoidance of municipal rates and tax, and fewer regulatory requirements. Remember, once you move out of the urban space, you can build as you wish. And one of the analysis that we have done on in terms of the provincial SDF is the issue of what are the impact that we're going to have in terms of septic tank, which are happening within those other areas. Do we do a detailed studies in terms of how the septic tank are being done or being constructed so that it cannot impact, it cannot lead to cholera issues? Because large of the waters that we have, we rely mostly on boreholes. We know about that in rural areas. So as a result, many households are constructing large residential development on the outside of the formal towns. Approved of building plans, no. Land use authorization, no. Proper environmental study, no. Infrastructure planning, no. Or engineering oversight. Because one of the important things is that as a municipality, you have got that responsibility to go back and provide those services, of which we have to deal with it. So I try to deal with most issues that are going to affect the municipalities, and I also provide some of the key solutions as well as the areas that I think we can focus so that we can able to do that. Obvious, the municipality, they are going to lose revenue, because majority of the people, if you check the database of the municipality, they will be telling you that properties which are now being rented out or being left neglected there, they impact negatively on the revenue collection. So in terms of budgeting, how are they going to budget? You see, having those buildings abandoned there, people just occupy and so on. The good part is those ones which are being upgraded to maybe formal townhouses and so on, which are being rezoned. That also contribute better as a part of brownfield development. So some of the issues that that also impact municipalities, the issue of infrastructure maintenance. You know, all our municipalities, in majority of them, when we do assessment, they still use the what called AC pipes, for example. So there are a lot of those challenges that we have to address within the municipalities, as I will share on, when we go down there. So we have to expand our services to them, we like it or not. It's a mandatory of the municipality to provide services there. But in some cases, I will share with you areas that are very critical in terms of development, which are being occupied for human settlement, because not all land are possible for human settlement. Most of them, they are highly agricultural potential. But because we get the land through the processes that we have land redistribution, that's what affect us in terms of future development and plans. Yes, we have got unregulated settlement development, of which one of those things, for example, where there is no law, you understand, you build as you wish, you see. You don't comply with anything. But in terms of the municipality, they've got plans that they've already developed. How do we then enforce? I think I will touch it at the end, so that where are we lacking in terms of making sure that all these issues that I've highlighted there are being addressed. Then the critical long-term risk, including flood, disaster, you know the challenges that we are having within the province, disaster, where people, they just locate on the land which is not suitable for that. Some affecting even infrastructure, you see, accessibility, public facilities. So those are the things that we have to see as a long-term risk, because once the concentration of people, they are located there, we have to provide those basic services around them. So that's where we go back and do in-situ upgrading. But when you do in-situ upgrading, you have to comply with what is existing. Even areas that are not suitable for development, we have to look at that. I just give you an example with regard to this map. Around, let me just put a pointer so that you can able to, sorry. Let me get the pointer so that you can able to, I will reflect things that I've done. This is an area around Dalmada, for example. When you are on your way to R71, when you are going to Zion City, Moria. So just plus or minus, I think it's 15 kilometers from the town. Yes, the land which was released for the purpose of redistribution, where you have a conflict amongst the traditional leaders, some community, let me say community, those who are supposed to benefit from this land. What they do, they go and allocate lands there. Without proper plans, having studies in terms of infrastructure possibility around there, the land use zones, in terms of capacity. I know the area. I've worked at Polokwane previously, so I was knowing all the process which was happening. So engaging on this matter, this is a very, very highly agricultural production area. We tried all means, plans, tried to formalize, but everything collapsed. Why? Because we have got interest. Majority of the people who are working in government, they are residing there. Remember, it's still under rural development land. Department of Agriculture. Agriculture is out, ne? Land reform and rural development. It's not yet been transferred. And the fight that we need around that particular area was for it to be transferred to the municipality. We formalize it properly. We engage the community there, those who are the land owners, on the approach on how we deal with what allocation, of which along the processes, that's where we have challenges, having a task team that we have to deal with this matter. So those are the areas. Now what is the municipality can do there? They can provide services. It's a private land. MFMA doesn't allow. You see, now it's a audit finding. How do you deal with these situations? So which means we have to go back to the drawing board. Let's finalize the processes that we have done. I think we are going to engage in furthering these processes. This is within the municipal urban space, not within the rural areas. You see, it's within. I just want to share with this one. So this one, in 2012, the whole of this area, it was empty. 2012, I engaged the traditional local authority in terms of proper plans around this area. You know Paledi Mall, when you are going to University of the North. I remember dealing with the issues of planning there, advising to say that we need to come up with a strategy before what I'm expecting that will to happen there happen. You see, because we were introducing Sploma, they said, no, we don't want Sploma here. Sploma, you know, this understanding of Sploma, they only realized it when I went for the second time to say that we need to approach this differently. Sploma has nothing to do with the administration of the land. We only deal with the administration, not administration. We have to deal with the land use rights, which means the municipality and the local authorities, we are doing. They are giving people letters in terms of approval of business rights. Then we process it accordingly. We record it. Those are the things that we're doing within the municipality, for example. So there's no different. But I think my last slide will talk on the issue, what needs to be done. So if you look at that, this collaboration between the government, traditional local authorities must work like this for future of our kids and generation. As technocrats, we have got strategies and approach because we want our traditional local authorities to retain their status where that is formalized. That area is area that I think we scared to discuss about with our traditional local authorities because they need clarity with regard to that. How do we codify the traditional laws within our planning? The Sploma gave us that opportunity when we develop our own provincial legislation. We have dealt with that thoroughly. How do we then engage with them? How do they participate? Because that's what we have to do. Because Sploma gave us the mandate to provide provincial solutions in dealing with planning matters. So that's what we have tried to do. This is basically another area. I'm telling you, when you are talking about the expansion of this an area which is urban. But look what is happening here. All this of student accommodation, buildings and so on there. I see disaster when it comes to the issue of sanitation. So which means municipality, whether they like it or not to respond to think about upgrading their wastewater treatment works. So that all this development, even though they're outside, I know in terms of the rights, you might find the rights were being approved. If they have been approved, so we can able to provide those connections to the proper area before they can have issues of cholera experience. So those are the issues that are just needed maybe to share on these few slides that we have. Project infrastructure, yes, obviously. This, even though they are happening outside, I think I talk about it. We have to provide those services, we like it or not. You see, we provide these services. So there's no way that the municipality will walk away and say, no, we won't deal with this. No. We have to provide. So I also look at the weak spatial coordination. What do I mean about these things? We need to look at what traditional local authority does. We have to improve on it. How do we strengthen and codify it within our planning legislation, what I'm talking about? How do they become involved in understanding what we are trying to help them? So that becomes crucial when we have to provide a proper planning within each and every area. You did talk about the issue of these areas that we have provincial growth points. Tando, Umakado, Polokwane, Lipalale, Tavazimbi. We can list all of them. Bomusina, Tanini, we can go to Palabur. All of those areas. Those are our strong growth points. We have programs that we are running as a province. So that how do we then get investors within those areas? What are the critical challenges that they are facing? What is it that we have to address on the ground? So we are doing lots of plans that we have. I'm happy with Fitahom Tubaze. They've got a proper plans, of which it becomes an assist us in terms of proper planning, in terms of investment, of which when we lobby for the finance in support of infrastructure becomes easy and simple. So, you see, we have to look at how should our urban system be adopted to reflect the realities on the ground, based on the issues that I'm raising. So we have to move away from that thinking of urban. So we have to think about urban in rural areas through these creations of our malls, the land parcels that we have, to what extent that we have to assist our community, and also proper plans that will assist them in the long run. I know we'll debate the issue of rates and so on to see how do we work about it. If I recall very well, we used to pay this development levy. I think previous days when we are still, let me say, in Wembe, when we are still in vendor government, they used to pay something like 10 Rand or 5 Rand on a monthly basis or annual basis, something like that, which we call it development levy, that assists the municipality in order to provide some of the services. Those are the discussions that we must have with our traditional local authorities. And how do we sustain our traditional local authorities within the system? Those are the key areas that we mustn't shy away as planners to think about, to say we cannot touch, we can't talk about money, MFMA says this, and so on. Changes within the legislations, it's influenced by what is happening on the ground. So we must have those legislations that need to be reformed to address to those issues. So then some of these things I will just rush, because I think I will take much time. The mechanism that are needed for joint planning, revenue sharing, and coordination, those are the things that I'm talking about. But let's go to the solution. We have to strengthen the municipal and traditional local authority collaboration. That's what we are doing now. With the Office of the Premier, we are about to engage with our provincial house, updating them. Remember, once we engage them as one aspect, we must be able to go back and give them feedback and what we are doing, which means we'll be sharing with them all the provincial plans, SDFs that we are developing, our provincial growth development productive regions that we are going to establish, because you have highlighted a few things in terms of those maps that you have there. In terms of the density, when we developed it, we have also concluded to say that we have got 3 regions. The eastern regions and the central regions, those are the concentrated with high density. If you go on the SDF, it shows you on those regions. So all the plans that we have within those regions is going to assist those particular municipality and this district in fine-tuning their plans and the IDPs to respond to what we want to happen there, where we establish what enablers, which are infrastructure, ITC, issue of electricity, water, and so on. Those are the things that we want to make sure that when we talk about municipal IDP, SDPIPs, those things must reflect sharply to what we have planned as a province. So we have done that kind of things. But this is done through a joint kind of initiatives where we engage each other and also have a robust debate about what needs to happen on the ground. So obviously we have to look at the mechanism with our traditional leaders to make sure that whatever we do, we get guidance from them. When we develop the LSDF, we have met with them, elaborate, they share with us what they want. And we reflect all those issues that they want because we realize that those people, they've got wisdom and they've got willing in order to develop. So it's all about strengthening that partnership and making sure that we engage with them. We have to introduce the basic development control measures, you see. So we have to, when we develop our land use scheme, wall to wall, we neglect that once you adopt that, which means all parcels of land, from this side to that side, under within the jurisdiction of the municipality, they are controlled by that land use scheme. So if we strengthen the issue of partnership with the traditional local authorities, you know what we are going to solve? We are going to solve the issue of, there are no people from the house, those people who are going to occupy land without permission. We are going to deal with the issue of land use rights. You are not going to say, I've got a spaza here without approval. The traditional local council, the traditional council there, they should have approved that, recorded and approved. Any development, the malls and so on, we follow those processes, you see. So we want to make sure all those things are properly done and make sure that we have this control, and the traditional local authority now have to request all the community to make sure that their buildings, whatever they want to do, make sure that the municipality have looked at that and recommended to do. Because when the disaster strike, that's where the problem is. We point each other by this one, this one, this one. You see, those are the critical things that we have to look at. Then we have to review our revenue and service delivery models. In terms of the municipality, obviously, if you have this kind of disjuncture between the rural and urban, on the urban area, you have got big development happening. What is it that we need to do? What is it that as a government we have to do so that we assist in terms of revenue generation? I give you an example. We used to have a common, what we call basic development levy. But that needs a robust discussion with the traditional local authorities, introducing it to the municipality, and we deliver services. Because once we talk about that development levy, if we said we are going to do paving for this particular village, starting from the key public facilities, and then stretching it to all this settlement that we have, we must do it in real time, not just talking, but in actual doing. So we have to integrate urban rural planning approaches. Obviously, those are the issues that we talk about. I talk about urban plans because all these corridors that we have along those major streets, they need proper plans. So to say, for example, giving an example with what Fita Home towards what they're doing, they are developing framework plans and so on, so that we know, as a government, we said we want to tap certain portions of money in terms of infrastructure. We are going to address 1, 2, 3 on this particular space. So it's well informed and well researched. It's a document that we have at hand. So those are the critical things that we have to look at that. Those corridors that I'm talking about, nodes and so on, those are the key in terms of making sure we change that space, properly plan it, rather than haphazard development. Where if we can show you, you can able to see it's not good. Having an access to N1 along the Matox, for example, they try to control that, but access to N1 becomes critical when it comes to traffic management. So we have to make sure that this kind of development along these major roads are properly coordinated and assist our traditional local authorities. In terms of land use planning, not land allocation, because that is crucial. We must make it very clear. We don't deal with land allocation. It's land use planning. What is it that you can put? industries, all those kind of things along this area, settlement. So those are the roles that a municipality have to do. In my concluding remark, the urbanization of traditional authorities is no longer a future challenge. Ne? It is a current and rapidly expanding reality. It's happening. If unmanaged, it is risk-creating, like financial weakening to the municipalities, spatial fragmentation settlement, environmental hazard, depending infrastructure backlogs. We will not able to provide those services to our people. And on the other hand, it's going to give us a problem. My proposals. However, if I approach collaboratively and strategically, it also presents an opportunity to rethink spatial planning, build stronger governance partnership, and develop more inclusive and sustainable models of urban development in traditional local authorities. What to fix? It's a tenure system. You get my point. That's the solution. Tenure system. How we are going to do this? No, it's the topic of my other research that I have to do. I won't tell you. Thanks very much, Jay. Thank you, Herbert.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think my task is very simple because a lot has already been alluded to by the... So what I will just try to do is to maybe pull a few areas of emphasis here and there. Okay. Firstly, the issue of rural-urban binary, I don't think it will help us. Why? Because there's a lot of linkages. It could be, for instance, Prof. Chakwizira has a house in town, he has a house in the village. So who is he? When you look at, and also, for instance, our children, most of us who are in town, they have very little connection to the villages. In as much as we try to, some of us will try to talk about strong rural linkages, I think we need to think a little bit ahead. Why? Because when we retire, our children may lose that one. So anyway, in terms of the rural-urban binary, I think we need to, from a planning perspective, I think it calls for planning systems and planning laws and everything we need to change from the conventional planning models so that we take care of this. Why? Because it's so fast, it's so complicated, these rural-urban linkages. So I think we need to, and also the issue of growth, which we're talking about, it's no longer the issue about rings around the coast or the former urban areas, but rather there are some corridors that are emerging. For instance, the issue of tourism-related corridors and stuff, which I think when we're talking about how to deal with that, I looked into their report. I think it requires a rethinking. We don't have a one-size-fits-all. Where we need to look into corridors, we go for it. Where we need to look into growth poles, we perhaps look into that. But however, an interesting aspect is the issue of traditional authorities, which some look at them as de facto land developers. So what does that mean? What am I trying to say? When we talk of traditional authorities, given the new dispensation after 1994, the independence, not just in South Africa, but everywhere, these people, they control their own land. And now, we need to, from a planning point of view, I think we need to think carefully. Why? Because their rise, where their source of power is from. So, yeah, there are this Pluma, and so there's been some resistance. You look at it closely, there seems to be some resistance from them, which I guess what the former speaker was trying to talk about, was talking about this issue of engagement. So we understand them, where they're coming from, and what is it, the pressure they're also looking to. But however, the interesting thing is like, we have seen a lot of settlements mushrooming. Fine, someone is talking about the issue of following up to provide services, but I think we need also to consider the issues of climate change, which is coming in, and sometimes you see the traditional authorities may have given land for settlement for a particular group of people, but because they're growing, these settlements that are growing, that has been mushrooming up. I was coming from Teflop, coming this side. I think someone talked about it. Now, with climate change, which is a reality, it's very difficult to even, I feel sorry for the municipalities because they are just told to come and clean up the mess in terms of providing bulk services. Let alone, not even from the planning perspective, how do you plan properly when people are already settled there? And climate change bringing in its own complications. And furthermore, where is the money going to come from? The financing aspect. People are talking about nice and beautiful houses being built in these areas. I think perhaps we may need to think about how to create value from those, how to realize the real value of those big and nice houses, so that perhaps, yes, it could be a win-win situation. The owner of the house will have a big investment, but also the local, they should also, on the other hand, pay commensurately based on their, just like, for instance, the properties in Centon, the bigger the properties, the more they pay to the municipality, so that they provide, the municipalities or the local authorities, they provide services. Those are some of the things which I think maybe planners, original planners, they need to think about it. Because, for instance, yes, these people in the new settlement, they want services. But if you tell them to pay what is commensurate to the services required there, it's another area of discussion. So another issue which I thought we may, I picked also from their presentation, the issue of to do with integration. Because if you look in terms of these areas, we have various ministries that are involved, rural development in place, Coxstar and everyone there. They have different policies. How do we integrate? So that, because at the end of the day, we want these settlements to be sustainable, which calls for need to ensure that there is integration across the various policies, so that at the end of the day, we sing from the same hymn. Not blaming each other, say the traditional councils, they're passing out land and so forth. And so traditional councils, on the other hand, they're saying, oh, no, municipality and government is not providing services. How do we sit together and have meaningful and open discussions so that we find out? Why am I saying this? Actually, when we talk of us as Africans, I think from 1991 for South Africa, people were really looking forward to a new way of life, which I think it's not just about urbanized or industry from urban. Rural areas, they've got some economic opportunities that are supposed to come from there. So the question is, how do we integrate that? How do we, because as far as I can see, people tend to think that everyone wants to become urbanized, which I don't think is the case. Because even if you try to do that, it's not sustainable. We still have some very useful agricultural opportunities which needs to be unlocked. So I think those are some of the conversations that needs to be properly looked into. Now, from the presentations, there are a few challenges which I think I have identified. Challenges to do with, I think some of them have already been talked about, the issue of integration from provincial to local municipalities. How do we integrate the policies? How do we integrate our programmings? And by and large, the other issue, challenge is the issue of data. How do we come up with the proper data, not just for planning for now, but also for projections in the future? How do you go about it? Some of the data, some of the drivers, which was of these programs, some of them are very unpredictable. It could be climate change, which is somehow forcing people to go into certain areas. Some of it could be the issues to do with speculation. Some people are speculating that no, maybe at TEFLOP, students may require accommodation. Let me build student accommodation. And people are doing that. So perhaps those are some of the things that we need to look into. Now, another thing which I think which was not, did not come out clearly, is the issue of land claims. This is another thing that is likely to further complicate and drive some or cause problem in the efforts of trying to do proper regional planning. Why? Because any area that is under contestation in terms of land claims, somehow, from a regional planning point of view, it's freezing any planning development decisions. Why? Because it's not so sure. People are not so sure. You cannot move. You can, because of the long time it takes to resettle those land claims. And of course, the issue of lack of data, I've talked about it already. Now, yes, going forth, I have 5 areas which I thought may need proper attention, which of course some of the colleagues have already talked about. The issue of recognizing the extended urbanization, or this issue of rural binary. I think this is something that we really need to relook at it, because it's so complicated and so complex that if we don't think of it properly, we may miss the point. Now, the issue of building collaborative land governance systems between both the traditional authorities or traditional councils and local authorities, as well as various other government departments. Now, the issue of data is also very important, so that we have disaggregated data that may inform the planning for now, as well as doing some projections as to where to and how best can we look into. And also the need to shift from node-down hierarchy to corridor or even a cluster planning. Why? Because these are real, it's a fact. Why? Because some corridors are emerging, some clusters are emerging, so we don't have to use a one-size-fit-all. And also the issue of to advocate for tenure reform. That will enable development without dispossessions. What am I saying is to say we have traditional authorities with the PTO, and we also have, so I think we need to look into a win-win situation in terms of land tenure reform, so that we can do proper regional planning. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, for your crisp and informative input and responses to the presentations made by Graham and also Phil. At this stage, I want to invite 2 questions for clarity. 2 questions for clarity before we move to the next leg of this segment. 2 questions for clarification based on the panel's response to the presentations. Anyone who wishes to make an input based on what the panelists have presented on as part of their response? In the absence of questions, I am going to, yes, okay. Yeah, go ahead, it's fine. Okay, over to your worship.
Thank you, Chair. Like I said, mine is not a question. I become very much worried and concerned when I perceive that someone might be reading an act in reverse or having a misconception of what is contained in a particular act. I'm specifically referring to the speaker who talked about Spluma. In the eyes of an uninformed mind, it might look like royal leaders are opposing the introduction of this act, which is not the case. I have reasons, and it's good that I'm raising this so that all those that didn't know what was happening leave this place fully informed. Remember, royal leaders took arms against Spluma based on 2 things. One, that the act is giving overarching powers to municipalities over royal leaders. That's the first point. The second point, which the speaker also missed, is that municipalities are not involved in land allocation. But he forgot that in the Spluma Act, there is the so-called municipal tribunal, which if I make a decision at the tribal level to say I'm allocating this site for this and this, the municipal tribunal might overrule that, which means they are interfering in land administration. So when he says they are not, he's not telling the truth. And that is the misconception and misperception that everyone is having, to say rural leaders are opposing this. We are very much aware and welcome the spatial planning, very much so. But it shouldn't interfere in the administration of land, and it shouldn't take off the powers of rural leaders into land administration, management, and site allocation. I just wanted to clear that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hoshi. In fact, you preempted my question, because I wanted to pose a question to the audience as to what needs to be done to harmonize the relationship between municipal governments and traditional leadership institutions in terms of land administration and spatial planning. Let's venture into that, and we'll move to the next segment. Any input around this particular issue? What needs to be done to harmonize the relationship between municipal governments and traditional leadership institutions in terms of 2 crucial issues: land administration and also spatial planning? That's the question I'm putting out to the audience as part of responding, 1, to the valuable input made by Hoshi, Pasha, and also the panelist. I see a hand at the back, the other hand that side. We are responding to the question that I've posed. And the third hand this side. Okay, so it's 2. Don't venture into something that is not on the table.
Thank you, Chair. I think the answer lies in land tenure reforms, because when we look at the constitution of land tenure, we have the customary land tenure, and that one gives traditional leaders the right to allocate land, and it lies within the tradition of a people. So when we have such kind of an item, it also gives the traditional leaders the power and authority, because from literature or even from practice, for a traditional leader to be a traditional leader, he must own land on behalf of the state or on behalf of a collective. And that traditional leader also has got authority over those people that live in that kind of a boundary. So whenever that kind of land is taken away from them, it means they are losing authority, they are losing power. And when we're also looking at land tenure reforms, we have got different kinds of tenure and also different kinds of land use rights, land property rights, and the like. Those things, they are the ones that define what is supposed to be happening on space. So when we are looking at land tenure reform now, we now have to go back to Woko Lopez's homework to say we need now to see what type of a tenure system are we going to adopt which can balance the interests, because things like urbanization, migration, and all these processes, they will never stop. And they are governed by the kind of tenure, what is happening on land, and what is governing those land use rights. So if you review some work by Munisi, they are talking about the living customary land tenure system. It actually spells out the need to honor the traditional leaders' rights to land authority, land administration, and also at the same time, it talks about balancing their interests within that customary land tenure system and the conventional system that governs municipal land practices and functions. So land tenure reform is the best thing, but very complex, because I also believe that for traditional leaders to be called an institution, they must be able to preside over land administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Immaculate, for your valuable input. I think you reflect the issue of the land tenure regime, and we need to look at that particular regime for purposes of harmonizing the relationship between the two parties. The second contribution, over to you, sir.
I believe one of the reasons why you've asked this question is because it does not have a clear answer. And also the problem that we are dealing with is a complex problem, which wears several jackets. And it's not a constant problem, it's always evolving with time. So acceptance that we're dealing with a complex problem then requires us then to adopt a complex systems thinking mindset, where we need to create collaborative platforms to bring together the traditional leadership and the municipality in a dialogue type of a platform. And these kind of platforms, they need to be created at various levels or scales, starting from the national level, coming down to the province, down to the local levels themselves. And we believe that through dialogue and also through capacity building programs to capacity traditional leaderships where they fall short of, this may actually help to resolve the current challenges. And remember, these challenges are not constant, they are constantly evolving. That's why we need a dynamic process that brings these two together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Name is Tendai Gondo from Investor Venda.
Yes, great stuff. I think your hand was up, ma'am? Oh, you wanted to venture into a different topic. Okay, go ahead, it's fine.
Thank you and good day, colleagues. Thank you for the British Academy for the funder. My question was around how can police respond to data? to say I have heard another presenter saying they have presented to Busesi Jekina last year. After this research, after the findings and the recommendation, what do we do?
Yeah. Great question. Yeah.
That's,
Thanks, madam.
that's my question.
Can we get your name?
Dikhali Sani from Coxter.
Okay, awesome. Phil, you can take this one, isn't it?
The reason is that they've talked about CDWs may influence projects. CDWs are based at Coxter. I think even traditional leaders, they are at Coxter. I think the whole presentation, if it was presented to management at Coxter, maybe they can try something with Office of the Premier.
Yeah. Okay. No, thanks, madam. Phil, brief response.
So maybe two responses. I mean, the one response is that research has got a particular role, but research can't resolve the problems. Research can only inform policy making and planning, and there are many other things that inform policy making and planning, and so we don't say evidence-based policy making, we say evidence-informed policy making, because we understand there's politics and there's a lot else. So we can't claim to present to come up with the solutions. In a sense, that's a regional responsibility. So that's the one answer, but I'm not trying to deflect everything away from ourselves. Because our responsibility as researchers is to deepen the research. So you mentioned the Fund of British Academy. It gave us a bit of money to travel around the provinces and have some meetings and workshops. But really what we need to do is form partnerships between government, between universities in the region, between other universities that will allow us to really understand these processes at a much, much deeper level. And there's so many elements to it. So I'm really hoping, and it's not easy because one needs funding, that one of the outcomes will be much deeper research partnerships, and we can put PhD students, we can put postdocs, we can put young researchers into these areas that we've just driven through quickly and did some maps and counted growth, but we really need to understand what's happening there. So I think, but that's not just our responsibility, it's a joint responsibility. But I was so happy to hear the director from the Premier's office understanding how deep the understanding of these challenges actually is within government here. So I think it's all very positive.
Yeah. No, thanks, Phil, for that response. Madam Dikhali, there's still a window of opportunity to contribute to, because the report is still in a draft format. We'll share the email address with you, then you dispatch your input around that specific issue that we have highlighted, or any other issue you wish to contribute to. But we'll really appreciate your input into our work. Colleagues, at this stage, I want to take the opportunity to thank all our panelists for providing a critical input and response to the presentations made by Graham and also Phil. Let us give them a huge round of applause. We're moving on to the next item. We're going to be brief. So Professor James and Professor Mokwele, I'm going to allocate 5 minutes to each of you for your presentation. At a high level, this is what Univen is doing in these areas that are part of the focus of the policy dialogue workshop. And from there, we'll proceed to the last item, which would be a response and closure from our distinguished guest, which is Hoshi Litsiri George Pasha. Over to you, James. I think, let me sit down.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Koma. And let me just observe protocol and observe our Royal Highness present, and also observe senior management and colleagues from government departments present. Also observe colleagues from the University of Limpopo, from senior management, as well as from all departments, including the students, and also observe colleagues from GCRO and VITS, and also colleagues from the University of Venda, and our postgraduate students who could come. Prof, I prepared a presentation for 30 minutes, but I think I will manage to talk in 5 minutes. If I don't, I trust you forgive me. This is the presentation outline. It talks through, just painting a big picture of trying to understand, where Univen is, how it is positioning itself with regard to engaging with its immediate and extended, environment. And then there is a glimpse, just a glimpse, of some of the work by our students and also former students. Some of them are now doctors, in terms of how we have been trying to engage with some of these themes. Then there is just a report which is very interesting in terms of the work that we did in collaboration with the Public Affairs Research Institute based at VITS, and then also talk about our planning corridor, which I think Prof should also excite you, because the department here also has a second spatial development and planning conference that is ongoing, where we see synergies around how we could work together. Here are the 8 niche areas for the University of Venda. And for us as a Department of Urban and Regional Planning, where I come from, they are quite instrumental in terms of giving us ideas with regard to how we interpret and reinterpret spatiality and what is happening in terms of the shifts in understanding and in knowledge production, whether you are looking at it from an African heritage perspective, or whether you are trying to understand planetary urbanization in terms of earth systems and the environment, or whether we are trying to talk about rural interdependencies, perhaps from another perspective. But again, whether we also look at the important issues around always protecting and safeguarding human health. Our colleague from the Premier's office was talking about it, but of course the important issues around how governance is interpreted through laws and also through practice or through lack of practice. And of course, we are quite interested, given our region where water scarcity and security becomes an issue, to think about those issues and how they link with planning. Of course, we always want to eat, because we have not yet developed a technology that can substitute the need for eating. So food security is also very important. And then, of course, these issues of decolonizing, how we think through perhaps these critical issues around urbanization, and trying to recenter them, and perhaps in the process try to develop a nomenclature and a language and a lexion around the emerging understanding around spatiality. Of course, this one, what is just important on it is perhaps to highlight that when you look at the location of the University of Venda, there are a lot of traditional leaders around. So you can see in the picture there that, for example, Sintumule, Chivase, Manenge as an example. So that kind of environment then informs how you interact, engage with the frontiers of realities in terms of your immediate stakeholders, and also the issues that you meet every day, and that also your students meet every day. So that is very important, and you can see on the left side that we have an idea around how collaboration and partnerships are important, and the university has done very well in terms of that space, in terms of MOUs, because our students have to go and immediately engage with that immediate community, and if there are no clear structures, that would become very difficult from an ethical perspective. But of course, the other bigger issues, colleagues were talking about them, I will not go into them with respect to how do we confront and how do we position and live with the reality of traditional councils, and how do we then reinterpret emerging issues around spatial transformation with respect to theory and practice. I think this one is just an atlas. It shows you the prevalence of traditional chiefs, so I will not go into detail about it, but it just tells you that any form of progression requires integration and partnership with traditional chiefs. And this one is settlement vulnerability, graphic I just pulled from the Green Book from CSIR. What it does is it helps to bring alive some of these issues where we might want to discuss about urbanization, whether it is slowing down, whether it is accelerating, and what are the opportunities in there, and what are the kind of challenges that are created. And there, for example, for Toyando, you can see the kind of pressures that are coming around it, around service delivery, for example, followed by also environmental pressures, but also socio-economic, etc. And then when we are looking at this, I'm now not going into details. I think Prof. Phil covered this, and there was even talking about interesting new re-understanding that is emerging from other areas, such as in Bushbuck Ridge there, where they talk of perhaps a concept of a rural metro. I hope when we teach, we really do teach those kind of issues. And in our Department of Urban and Regional Planning, we have niche areas, mainly 4 of them, but what is important is they are actually interlinked, and they integrated spatial urban design niche area, sustainable human settlements, niche area, transport infrastructure and planning niche area, social intersections planning, and when you look at them, they always help you to understand issues. Here are some of the topics at a high level that our students are working on. Of course, the titles can change because it's still work in progress, but it's understanding the complexity between traditional leadership and local government on land allocation and spatial planning, a case of Greater Guyana municipality. So we can see a direct kind of applied research which is meant to be relevant and impactful. And in terms of just the word cloud, in terms of that abstract and that work, we can start to see the issues of governance, the issues of traditional, the issues of government, allocation, spatiality, and land. So we can see the big issues that we need to be focusing on. Another student of ours is working on rethinking housing as a restructuring a spatial planning tool for urban regeneration in small rural towns, a case study of Toyando. I will not focus on the topic in detail in terms of the juxtaposition of rural and towns, because others will raise issues. But we can see this whole issue of studentification and why it is becoming very important. So we see housing there, spatiality, regeneration, but thinking also of solutions, etc. The other one is exploring the spatial integration of students off-campus accredited accommodation at the University of Venda. It's a reality. I think Prof. Phil talked about it, and when you look at it, you are talking about campus accommodation, space, learning, but development, success, but also we are looking at security issues that even Dr. Ngaka was talking about. Then we also have an assessment of non-motorized transport infrastructure in Tulamela local municipality. I think thinking about the transportation frontiers and what do they mean in these spaces is also very important. And there we can see infrastructure, non-motorized transport, but we also start to see about issues of intensity and also issues of level of services. Then we have also Dr. Nyawanza, who worked on an implementation framework to address spatial planning constraints in the former vendor Homeland, a brand new, PhD graduate, and the work is very interesting. I hope you have an opportunity to have access to it, but it looks at spatiality within that context, the constraints, and it looks at an implementation framework that optimizes the advantages of existing, policy and legislative frameworks, including how the municipality and traditional leaders can work better to the advantage of everyone. Then we have work around the university concept, where, of course, the university has always been in the community, but when the Minister of Higher Education came in 2014, he challenged the university that we should do more. So we have Dr. Moffat, who worked on it in terms of just trying to explore in a practical sense the town and gown development paradigms with a focus for the University of Venda. And then there were issues of partnership, etc. And we have realized immediately after that, that's when there was an accelerated, investment around, the boundaries, the peripheries of the university in terms of various forms of developments, whether you would call, traditionally we would normally call it a speculative development that happens in the peripheries, but now I think it's linked to investment. Then, of course, there's spatial transformation in the city of Polokwane that Dr. Moffat worked on. I think this one, what is important about it is ultimately its main recommendation that it came with. It came with a recommendation that mirrors the fantastic work that you are doing, Dr. Graham, at the GCRO, to say around Limpopo province, perhaps shouldn't we start to think about Limpopo Research Observatory, which could mirror the fantastic work that is being done, in Gauteng, but now looking at, the secondary, medium to small rural areas around and trying to feed, evidence-based kind of learning for our leaders, policymakers, etc. So it talks about that Polokwane transformation, spatial tracking, so it starts to raise those issues that we are now starting to think about, for example, AI, big data, and what does it mean, for example, in these spaces as compared to what it means in metropolitan cities, etc. This then becomes a summary. I will not go into it, Prof. Then I'll just talk about this, and I will encourage colleagues, because there was a question which was raised. There's some work that we did in terms of land allocation and development at the municipal traditional authority interface, focusing in Limpopo province. We took the case study of Rambuda, Hamasia, and also Chivase traditional leaders. It is a policy brief that is very short. You can read it in less than 5 minutes, and we have the longer version of the report. But what we were requested to do was to really focus on the nitty-gritties and to follow through the nuances with respect to how does development happen. For example, if you want a shopping mall in an area which falls under a traditional chief, etc. So it's very interesting. Open access, you can always access it and read it at your pleasure. And this one, I just picked it quickly to just indicate the detailed kind of timeline of a lateral land development application decision-making process in municipalities. To say, for example, stage 1 would be land development idea. Of course, it has to happen into someone's head. And then, because you want to develop in an area under a traditional leader, you visit that traditional area, you present your proposal, whether it's verbal or written, but you observe the traditional council protocols, including presentation of a goodwill gift or paying homage in the required format. Then from there you go to stage 3, traditional leader considers land development applications, and this we're actually told because we're talking with them, and decides whether to support it. They can even ask for that site development proposal or the detailed engineering drawing or architectural drawing. Don't ask me whether they know how to read it or not, but they said they know how to read this. Then stage 4, then they can give you either consent to say, no, we think we agree with this idea, we think it's beneficial, and then then they can even give you ideas around where you could do it, measurements, distant dimensions. Then in terms of land development stage 8, of stage 5, submit land development application, applicant or investor submits plan, and the traditional council takes a resolution with the municipality to give the municipality, very important. Then land application determination, that is the municipal planning tribunal. Our chief actually was able to even talk about it now. It's taken there, and then as procedures go into motion for a council decision, and then of course the traditional leaders at that point are observers. Then 7, land development application decision, municipality either grants or rejects a permit for land, but if that happens, like what our Royal Highness indicates, then it creates other form of tensions. But stage 8, then construction can start. So we were given an understanding of how actually the two kind of, the chiefs and the municipalities are working together. Of course, there's room to improve. And then there's a detailed flow, which you can look at in your time, but because of limited time, I will not go into detail. And this is just an example of a development of Chakuma Shopping Mall in Ward 12 under Chief Matsivandila, Traditional Authority. And you could see how the plans were done, and this just says traditional leaders with support have capacity to also manage big developments. I think we had a question like that to say, can they manage an umhlanga kind of version of development here in, let's say, in Mtale or Chilamba? So there is that potential. Then in terms of planning Koro, the department has been working around, expanding these kind of engagements, which really are at the frontiers of extended urbanization. The first one, we had Professor Marie from Switzerland, as well as Prof. Louis. He was still a Mr. now, he's a Prof. Prof. Louis there from SACPLAN. Then we also had, follow-up, series, and last year we had the one, in terms of exploring African cities beyond 2030. But looking at all these kind of issues and bringing, colleagues from industry, from academia, to come and discuss with, the university community, so that that industry-academia partnership is kept alive. And with that, Prof, thank you, and sorry that I took a little bit of time. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to take much of the time. In the University of Limpopo, the Department of Development Planning and Management, we observe this dynamic movement of people from rural areas to urban areas, from urban areas to look at, to rural areas, and from rural areas to rural areas. But what we sometimes become more interested in is the dynamics within which these issues takes place. If you can check the depopulation that took place in rural areas through urbanization, left a lot of infrastructure that was not used. And now the dynamics of how people move from rural areas, from urban areas into rural areas, create another development challenges where now city infrastructure are now left empty. So these dynamics become very, very important to be able to influence the type of policies that we really, really need to understand. But we take acknowledgement that this movement and this development of rural areas becomes very important in terms of going towards industrialization as a source of development. Because, and another important issue that we continue to acknowledge is the fact that if you can check, maybe let me trace a little bit back, you compare the service delivered in urban areas and the service delivered in rural areas, there's some differences there. Right, and that takes context within the context of the separate development that has been that has been implemented during the apartheid era, where urban areas will receive better services as compared to rural areas, and that continue to re-emerge even within the rural context, even within the democratic context, and we are saying that if that type of development approach, where rural areas continue to receive inferior development, they will never serve as a catalyst for industrialization. They will never serve as a catalyst for development. So we look at those, and we saw that because in rural areas, traditional leadership become, they are the ones that are spearheading this type of development. They really need to be a coexistence or a collaboration between rural traditional leadership and the municipality, and that cannot be overemphasized. And this means that in the planning of the settlements, because if you can check some of the settlements that we continue to realize, they are planned, they are operational, but if you zoom into them, in terms of organization, there's some challenges there and there. So we are saying that the collaboration between the two spheres is important towards driving development as rural areas as a source of improved development and industrialization, and as a nodal of development or as a growth point. So we observe those issues. So we are currently undertaking a study, a PhD study, where we are looking at this duality, how we can be able to create a framework for this duality to work, where traditional leadership and municipality work together. Of course, university should always be there to be able to provide guidance. How this can be used, this duality we can be able to develop a framework on how we can enforce effective rural development, and how service delivery can be able to be delivered effectively. We are saying that the understanding of rural development cannot continue to be the same way as 10 years before. We really need to rethink how rural development needs to take place. So within our space, the issues of spatial reconfiguration as a disaster management strategy, we're looking into it to say these established settlements. You'll realize that there are settlements that are actually established within a space where it's disaster prone. Then how do we then reconfigure these spaces to ensure that, of course, sometimes there are different strategies of managing that space. But how do we configure this space to ensure that we continue to manage this disaster? To ensure, another thing we look at, sustainable land use management, sustainable land use planning. We look at that. Project management and monitoring and evaluation are some of the key issues that we continue to look at. We did various studies at a master's level where we interrogating traditional leadership in various municipalities. We realized that there's to some extent, there's a blame game. The municipalities blame the local municipality, and the local municipality blames the municipality. And we think this is not sustainable in order to serve our population. So without going too much details, I was just summing up the issues that I prepared. But we are saying there is this investment, a lot of investment that continues to be taken to rural areas currently that require a way of rethinking how rural development needs to take place in order to guide development, in order to improve the lives of the people, and in order to move South Africa forward. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, colleagues, Professor Chakwizera and Professor Mwako Mukwele, for showcasing the research work involved in your respective universities. I hope this opportunity will open doors for new partnerships, new collaborations, and cooperation going forward. Colleagues, we are on the last item of our program, and that has to do with the response and closure that will be made by our distinguished guest, Hoshi Litsiri George, to call upon Hoshi to come to the fore to deliver or give a response and closure. And colleagues, let us all stand up and appreciate Hoshi.
Thank you, Program Director. The honorable professors that are here, everyone in attendance, Coxstar and Office of the Premier, as well as the students that are here. I know I'm being allocated some few minutes, but you know, I once attended a workshop where one speaker, after talking for 30 minutes, he said finally, and took another 20 minutes and said to round it up, another 15 minutes, and further said in conclusion, and he ended up addressing the chairs. Yeah, maybe to the organizers, I've been seated here and I've seen that you were not gender sensitive, because it was boys' choir in terms of the presenters. Maybe you need to change that going forward. Our understanding of urbanization entails the growth of towns and cities. development of organized settlements, movement of people from rural areas to the towns and vice versa, and urban resurgence, usually driven by industrialization, economic opportunities that are available in certain parts of a particular area. As the institution of royal leadership, we are of the view that any intervention sought through development of a policy is mostly preceded by a problem statement. What we need and what we read in most publications is that there is an acknowledgement of movement of people to urban areas, which is true, but no mention of how the available land surrounding these rural areas can be roped in to aid development of rural areas to cap this migration to cities and towns. Urbanization literally means transformation of land, and there are wide-owned farms surrounding rural villages which should form part of any strategy and the equation if we are truly want to have an inclusive and impartial urbanization. Nothing is being mentioned in that regard relating to this issue of urbanization. The approach this policy document is taking, according to our understanding, should be classified as urban sprawl, which simply means necessitating expansion of rural areas surrounding rural villages and using an outward bound form of settlement, not the other way around. More so, we should be talking about economic and infrastructural development if we really want to see this thing of urbanization taking place and keeping the movement of people from rural to urban centers. I'm going to mention something here which is actually a fact and which was never looked into. If one take an example of Gauteng province or Johannesburg in particular, that city's development and urbanization was informed by one mineral that was found there, which was gold. But look at what is available in Waterberg. Look what is available in Sekukuneland. More than 5 minerals that are mined there for donkey years, I may say so. But because of lack of political will, those areas are far away from being developed, if one may say it is a deliberate attempt to stifle development and urban settlements around those mining areas. That is a fact. And if there is no change in mindset, it will mean those areas will never be developed and proper settlement established until all those mines become ranges that are useless to the local people around those mining areas. That must be taken on for further research if our researchers here develop that interest to find out as to why. But I believe the only a possible answer they will get is that there is a lack of political will, because there's nothing that is stopping development of those areas with such vast deposits of minerals within them. One other important factor is that this kind of urbanization, we as royal leaders are welcoming it, but it should not interfere with the rural system of governance that is in place. Because we have seen many municipalities and government departments who misconstrue what is contained in a legislation or a policy to suit their own needs and their own thinking, which might end up tampering with the way rural people are running their systems and governing themselves through the institution of royal leadership. We welcome urbanization because it will come along with development of the area. And if you want to be straightforward, we will say the two institutions that are available and that are constituted being the municipalities and royal leadership institutions can coexist together if we open up our minds and not try and stifle one entity and let the other one take superior space within a particular rural setup. We can embrace development and urbanization, but that should never interfere with our system of governance. We want to retain our communal identity, but embrace development in our areas through urbanization. I'm glad that we are invited to this important dialogue because right now we are seated around the dinner table, because if you are not around the dinner table, you might be part of the menu. So we have avoided that. So whatever solution that is going to be derived from these deliberations, it is going to get our support because we are part and parcel of its formation. So this should be a thing that we must do always when events like this do appear, where important stakeholders like us as royal leaders are involved. Our invitations are most welcome in such situations. We must never be viewed as dictators like many people see us. We must never be viewed as people who always oppose development and urbanization. We must never be viewed as people who oppose legislation that aims to better things for our people. We must be viewed as partners so that everything that is being done, everything that is being discussed, we become part and parcel of it, and we will also own it. You see, I was a little bit disturbed when I was seated here when someone said something about this Pluma issue. I still remember, because I saw a document or a publication by certain Peter and Chawizira or something like that, where they said in 2014 that there has been a common understanding between royal leaders and municipalities that they must jointly administer land under royal leadership. I don't know where those two writers got that from. Because As I remember, in 2017, on the 17th of May, we had a discussion with the presidency. It was still Jacob Zuma as the president and Cyril Ramaphosa as the deputy. And central to our discussions during that debate was that this pluma was rushed and did not incorporate concerns that we raised as royal leaders, and that it must be put on hold until a review through Parliament is done. That never happened. And we told ourselves, okay, we will meet them at the provincial promulgation of such a provincial act. And we did just that. We objected to the bill and said to the portfolio committee in the legislature that give us space to provide input and, if possible, rewrite the whole thing. And we did just that. Since we submitted our inputs some 4 or 5 months back, they never came back to us. Unfortunately, that is what is happening. Maybe we choked them with what we wrote as inputs to that provincial bill. Because in it, we simply said simple things, that municipalities must never have over control of rural areas and have powers over royal leaders on land that is under royal leadership administration. That is what we simply said. But it seems it paralyzed them, because they are not coming back to us to finalize that bill, to progress it into becoming a provincial act. But in essence, we were saying we can't be just a recipient of ideas from someone without being part of formulating those ideas on land that is under our management and administration. And this development, this urbanization, should not be made to look like westernization. We want it to remain urbanization and development of our rural areas, not westernization of our areas. Because that is what many people are thinking, it will lead to that. If it does, rest assured it is going to be met with rejection and resistance from royal leaders. Because we want development and urbanization happening in our areas that will develop our people, but not westernization of our communities. We want to retain the communal identity. We want to retain traditional governance rule. We want to retain the status quo in terms of administration and management of our areas. I want to thank the organizers once more, because I'm very much pleased to be part and parcel of this dialogue. It's going to open eyes for many who perceive us as certain monsters who are anti-everything. We are not. And we wish to be part of everything that is about us and our communities. And if everything that is about us and about our communities is aimed at benefiting them, we will, with open arms, welcome that. I want to also say, if we want to make South Africa work, if we want to create a situation where royal leadership and municipalities coexist peacefully, there should be a move away from the notion that says, let's create a confusion in rural areas so that in the ensuing confusion, municipalities must take over the rural space, for the people to realize that the royal leadership institution is outdated and is of no relevance in the current democratic dispensation. I want everyone to dispel that kind of thinking. We are here to stay. We are God ordained to be leaders in rural areas. We survived the Stone era. We survived the Ice era. We survived colonization. We survived apartheid. And we will survive democracy. Without taking much of your time, let me thank you for giving me this opportunity, Prof. Goma, to say these things that I've said, which I believe one or two of the attendees will take it home and start thinking differently about the institution of royal leadership. Thank you.
We are in Africa, and protocol in the context of Africa dictates that no one speaks after Hoshi or Hoshiholo has spoken. I'm going to fully comply with this protocol, and the least I can do is to request this presentation to be made available to us for purposes of incorporating his valuable input into the research work that we've undertaken, and two, to request everyone to take part in a group photo. The marketing team will guide us where the group photo will be taken. And last but not least, to request everyone to join us for lunch, which is going to be served at the same place where we were for our tea and also coffee break, and to wish everyone a wonderful weekend. It has been good doing business with everyone, and that concludes our proceedings. Thank you.